You guys are really that insecure? Come on. You think I'm not showing up just because I'm like 1 or 2 minutes late? Okay, maybe 4 minutes late, granted. But no, I'm here. Angry Daddy is here too. And I'm sure you're gonna see him when the time comes. Woo! We have had quite the wins here, folks. For me to show up for you on this show today in this kind of weather is a huge ask. During Christmas, it's the sacrifice of David. I don't know if I like the shirt under there. Let's button that up. Yeah, dude, we've been having wind like, it started on Friday and that's when I did the show. So that's when I did the unsealing this time for these amazing Michael Prophecies. I'm David Wilcock. Welcome to the program. This is the Armada of Light. And we're going to read some of your comments first because that's what we always do. We have a huge fan base here. We've gone over 7,000 people watching live on certain streams lately. Anything over, I guess, 2,000 or 3,000 is like rock star status on YouTube by their own metric. So, you know, we have a loving audience who really is happy to be here. I'd like to say t-shirt, but Dave is classy. Winds of change. Yes, first time, says Vasek Martin. First time I'm on. Greetings from Switzerland. Sending much love from Ontario, Canada. Angela Cadieux. Hello to all from the Canary Islands. Hello from Texas. Valerie Collins says, dude, you live near a flat plane that blows hard. Oh my gosh, and now you guys are writing me so fast because y'all want to get your stuff read on the air. And I get that. It's fun if you get your stuff read on the air. We're hoping we're going to find Tarotina again in our audience. She's been our friend from Argentina who makes donations and talks to everybody. And we're not sure what's happened to Tarotina, but I think maybe she was distracted by Christmas. But anyway, okay, it's slowing down a little bit. Somebody says you're a gift from above. Time to get Wilcockified. Yeah, there's a lot of places you could go with my name that's really one of the lighter ones. I've heard everything from grade school onward, as you can imagine. Having that kind of a name is just, you know, some people consider it endless comic opportunity just waiting to be. I hope your ankle is better. Yeah, there, the collar looks a little better now, huh? So yeah, my ankle is better for the most part. However, and we got some slides on this, I got that damn norovirus. Dude, we're talking, you know, 24 to 72 hours of vomitous nausea, which may include vomiting. Leanne Boudreau, thank you very much for the donation. Praying about David Wilcock having milder weather in Colorado. Blessings to all watching today. I mean, it is really weird. I don't have a camera angle where you can see the outside here, but I can. The wind is almost completely stopped right as we're starting the show. That's pretty heavy. I've got my wild, crazy hair like I played around with an electrical outlet and shocked myself, or like I'm the nutty professor from Back to the Future or something like that. It's actually kind of true. We're doing a pretty wild scientific endeavor here, breaking the rules of science that are supposed to exist and bringing out stuff that's, you know, otherwise classified but won't be for long. Hi DM, hi David, are all the Anunnaki bad or are there any good ones? And then we also had Roger Zubarik, one of our most prolific donors. He's a really great guy. He's been so helpful to us. Thank you for giving us your time, he says, $20. Well, I got 20 more reasons to say I'm glad to be here now. So seriously though, it's been really rough. It's been really, really rough. I live on the end of a peninsula on the mountain, as you can see from the videos. Ingles Calvin said, $20, you are amazing. Are you ready for the ultimate disclosure? Says, get your money out of politics, nose louts. So are you ready for the ultimate disclosure? Yeah, I mean, dude, this is, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm just really, really excited all the time. Yeah, there's problems going on. There's things that annoy me that I'm having to wrestle with right now. But part of what's so weird is that in light of, you know, getting something like this handed to you by an officer of the law, and then it's got this screaming deadline, and you can't, they're telling us, oh, well, my attorney isn't even ready to take this because he's in the middle of Armenian Christmas. That happens to be on January the 6th. And he's got family before and after, so I'm not even having communication right now with the person I need to communicate with in order to get this amicably resolved, because I signed a settlement agreement that indemnifies me from having to go through all this stuff again. And in the new document, I'm re-incriminated. And I'm held as, that I've done this horrible, horrible thing. And now I have to give evidence essentially to help them prove it. So it's pretty wild, but I guess it's public. I mean, I think these are all public filings. This settlement agreement is very, very thorough. And we're 100% confident that there's nothing going on here that we're going to have to participate in. But in the meantime, it's this screeching deadline. They don't have extra time to waste. They've got to get it. And, we just don't have the ability to substantively communicate by then. So whenever somebody's trying to rip you off, a lot of times, one of the things they taught me in high school economics class is that the rip-off is always fast. We got to do this now. Come on. You got to invest your money right now. You got to put it in this thing. And, my ex-wife, Elizabeth, will attest that I got conned several times on fast scams where people want you to do something fast. So no, fast is never good. Fast means somebody's trying to do something dodgy, and so you don't like fast. But anyway, I'm really glad that you guys are here. To heck with all that stuff. I mean, there's so many more of you than there are of people that want to, depress me with an inch-thick subpoena. And that's what really matters here. So, yeah, Melissa Martin says you can get a motion to squash it. There's all kinds of stuff we can probably do. I mean, we can probably do appeals. We can do motions to dismiss. We can invoke the confidentiality that we have in our settlement agreement. We can, for example, go into significant detail about how the plaintiff in this case significantly breached their settlement agreement with us. And we have witnesses coming forward that have spoken about that publicly on the record. You can't get rid of it. It's already out there. Already downloaded it and saved it. So it appears that there has been some really wild stuff going on. I don't know if you guys are ever going to learn about it or not. But I think it's pretty audacious for the people doing this to think that it's going to always remain secret. Probably not. What are you referring to? I can't talk about it except to say that I'm referring to this being handed to me by an officer of the law in my driveway. It's basically a court summons, if you will, but it's for information, for the surrendering of all electronics, and them going on a data mining expedition, basically, is what they want to do. So Andromeda Daisy, we got that, and then we got Kenneth Bates. When he comes in red, he's coming in hot with a $100 donation. I love it. Thank you so much, Kenneth. And on Andromeda Daisy, she says, I've been watching you for years. I saw you at Conscious Life Expo years ago. When the ascension happens, I'm inviting you for tea time. Yes, I'm going to have to use chronocloning so everybody can meet me who wants to meet me. I don't know how else we're going to do it. Santa Claus Paradox, I've thought about it a whole bunch. Kenneth Bates, good versus evil. David, you are on the right side. Yeah, I mean, the time loop is so crazy because it's talking about all this stuff. Christina Litchins, everything will be okay. That's 22 euros. Thank you very much. We got Cadillac Ken saying howdy from Texas. Cosmo Love says, what heck no. Susie Q, the weather was so bad, Trma ran to put on clean step-ins. There was a girl in my program who was obsessed with galoshes. If you walked up to her and you said galoshes, then she would immediately respond, galoshes? If I were to walk in the wet weather without my galoshes, then my feet would surely become extremely damp, and that would be most unpleasant. So you want to have your galoshes. Yeah, galoshes is real, man. There's a whole thing behind that. It's another variation of Trma. Rob Marin said, yes, 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 Trma. I love those glasses. I mean, I thought it was really funny because if you think about it, I've already got the grandma hair, right? So, like, if you put something like this on, then you've essentially composed your look. You've got the butterfly, There's like little jewels in here just to show you that I apparently want to show how much bling I've got. I want a adequate demonstration of wealth with these Trma glasses. If I'm going to identify as a Grans woman, it's probably good that I've got this hair. Anyway, my God, why am I like embarrassing myself for you guys? I really should try to keep a lid on that stuff, man. You know, I'm in the middle of this huge legal battle. I don't want to give the enemy anything they can use. They say David's up on screen and he's talking like he's a grandmother. A Grans woman, he says. That's not even a real gender yet. You know, David kind of created that on his own. What's going on? Nathan Millett, he's getting right to the quick. Trma said, our Oregon pacifist says, Trma's my spirit animal. How many glasses do you have on set for these sketches? LOL, says Deji Vance. And then Nathan Millett says, do you think the EBS is still coming in the next few weeks? I don't know. I mean, actually, thank you for asking that. The Grans woman, ha ha ha. Galoshes? You guys like galoshes? Oh my gosh. And somebody said David's live chat is unavailable on my Android, but it's okay on my PC. I don't know. You know, just fight to get in here however you can. Smash the like button. Smash the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And then that will enable us to fight back against this, you know, incredible suppression. Remember, I used to have millions of people watching, so it's something has gone on. Hello, David, says Heather Starseed. RH negative bloodline inherited superpowers through the solar flash. Thanks for all you do. David, step-ins is an old-fashioned word for underwear. Okay, great. So Susie Q explained that to me. As Heather Starseed donated. Judy Booth has also donated. Thank you. Happy Sunday. I dreamed of you last night. Can't remember the specifics, but it was good. God bless you. Well, I show up in a lot of people's dreams. We got, hi from Australia, mate. It says Friday, tie day. Right on then. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. No, I'm happy to be here, you guys. And, oh, great, we're only 11 minutes in out of 5 hours, says Time Traveler. I don't know. I mean, you know, look, guys, there's a lot going on. But getting back to somebody was asking about the emergency message system, you know, maybe the people who were doing this drone thing decided we don't really want to create a reason for them to suddenly, you know, pop the champagne cork and finish the job because we're expecting the most complex military operation ever. You know, we're expecting just massive amounts of movement and multiple breaches occurring at the same time, multiple individuals being brought in, you could say. Let's keep it as lucidly non-specific as possible. They get brought in, and they might end up having to have criminal proceedings. And imagine what would happen if they were to try to create this little war, which obviously that communication had been intercepted. The Alliance proved that. If you didn't watch last week's show, let's just summarize what's going on, okay? I just want to be clear so everybody's included. We have been talking about this drone situation, and now it's getting really weird because they have technologies that they're using that I'm familiar with that are not public yet, which have to do with the interruption of electromagnetic flux. So one of the things we saw last week was that we had buildings in a whole huge area, indoors and outdoors, lights flickering on and off, and the light flickering phenomenon suggests the use of unconventional energetics, that this is not electromagnetic based, but this would be something that if you go back to the old Tom Bearden material, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, who was really a big part of the Richard C. Hoagland physics model. It was really Bearden that brought out the idea of the 19.5 degrees north or south, that you have a vortex point there caused by the tetrahedron, caused by the Merkaba, the Star of David in 3 dimensions. If you actually put one of those 3-dimensional stars of David inside the Earth, you get Hawaii. There's a huge volcanic island chain right on 19.5 degrees north. You go to Mars, you get 19.5 degrees north is a shield volcano called Olympus Mons, and it's frickin' right on the tetrahedral point where this Star of David would touch. And then you go to Jupiter, and right at 19.5 degrees south is the Great Red Spot that's been there since the invention of the telescope 400 some years ago. That's pretty cool. So then wait a minute, what about other gas planets? Well, yeah, dude, wait a minute, because the Neptune also had a great dark spot at 19.5 degrees south, I believe it started at, and then it shifted and it actually jumped from south to north, which would be like the other part of the tetrahedron getting activated. So there's a big picture physics perspective that I've been talking about for many years. If you watch my stuff, it found its way into Ancient Aliens. It found its way into what at one time was, I don't know, almost 500 episodes I did for the Gaia streaming network. You know, we have a rich legacy of talking about this, and I say we because I'm working with extraterrestrial angelic intelligence. They showed up in 1996 when I began using a protocol called the Dream Voice that I learned from some guy I met in the hottest UFO forum at the time in 1996. I used remote viewing protocols, supposedly 99% accurate. Wouldn't you know, the Alliance this week is promoting remote viewing, and they're promoting the face on Mars, which is where we found the 19.5 and all the monuments on that planet arranged in such a way to create this tetrahedral physics model of the tetrahedron in a sphere. So you got the great dark spot on Neptune, the great red spot on Jupiter, you got Olympus Mons on Mars, which is a volcano, the huge, 3 times the size of Mount Everest, massive volcano, biggest in the whole solar system. Then you got the same thing cooking on Earth, which is this massive Hawaiian volcanic chain, right at 19.5. So it suggests that there's some physics of multidimensional geometry in which energy from higher dimensions gates into our reality through certain pre-described geometric points. And those points will also have anomalous energy that you can use. The Edgar Cayce readings claimed that there was a firestone in the area around Bimini off the coast of Florida, and that this firestone was essentially a free energy device that harnessed energy through the power of crystals from the grid right on that Bermuda Triangle node, and that this was the main power source for the civilization of Atlantis. The Edgar Cayce readings went into great detail on this. But the firestone actually got overloaded, and that was the Atlantean catastrophe. One of the things that caused Atlantis to sink was that the firestone destabilized the gravity of the Earth when this apparent nuclear exchange took place. There was actually a nuclear war on Earth between people in a civilization from India that the Cayce readings called Rama, and they were in Siberia, and then they migrated and became the Aryan migration to Iran and to India. And Iran becomes Zoroastrianism, and India becomes Hinduism. The great Aryan migration, it started out from Siberia, and there's still wreckage in Siberia that we're finding of that ancient civilization. That was the Siberian Roswell. It looked like a rocket, but it had Sanskrit written on it. And at the same time that the US got their Roswell crash, Stalin wanted to compete, so he went and dug up this missile from some reports in the 1890s of it being there in Siberia. And he dug it up, and they found a whole vault full of material. And it includes ancient documents that show that these people came from another planet. That there was a super Earth in our solar system, and it exploded, and it became the actual asteroid belt. And then the super Earth also had a satellite that was a separate inhabited world that became Mars. So when we look at the big picture here, we're seeing that there are cosmic forces of good and evil, and that they love to influence us here on Earth. So anybody who thinks that they're not being influenced is mistaken. We are all being influenced by positive and negative beings. It's the ultimate Olympics of spirituality to not be influenced by negative beings at all. And if you can do that for 13 years, then you activate your rainbow body. If you have no negative thoughts, if you don't get angry, and you don't have any type of negative emotion for 13 years, you can just stay in blissful contentment. Then you get to graduate from life on Earth, and you turn into a rainbow-colored ghost that actually has the full power of the universe. So rainbow body, 160,000 cases of that in Tibet and India alone, and then a couple other, Nepal, Bhutan, China, etc., and surrounding regions. But 160,000 documented cases of people transforming their physical bodies. The body would shrink down to an ashy figurine only 5 inches thick. Oh, that's weird, right? The body doesn't leave behind a skeleton that's full size. It actually shrinks. So there's some kind of weird physics involved that makes the bones get smaller that should never be able to happen, but it does. And we've talked about this. They put these figurines on display in these various places. They dress them up with little clothes. Sometimes people leave that behind, sometimes they don't. Padmasambhava, the second Buddha, disappeared in a single flash of this rainbow-colored light. And I've got a tanka right up here on the wall celebrating that moment of his rainbow body, which was also attained by something like 100 of his devotees. And they, before the rainbow body even happened, they were already flying around in the air like birds. Just straight out of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon kind of stuff, but it was real. So we have negative forces, we have positive forces, and they're playing out their agenda here on Earth by working on humans. And what do I mean working on us? I mean that they're trying to get us to adhere to their way of thinking. So the good guys want us to be more spiritual. Their religion, their teachings become religions. They're typically monotheistic. It's typically some variation of you're supposed to love each other and get along. And then we have a much more weird and secret occult negative tradition that people don't get to know about because they found technology that works to be able to summon and, to some degree, command and interact with physical manifestations of demonic negative entities. I never thought I'd be talking about this stuff. I didn't even really want to believe it. I had insiders telling me that these things would appear in various ceremonies, and I was like, come on, man. I just can't get with you down that rabbit hole, dude. That's too crazy. A visible manifestation, I mean, come on. How's that even possible? But we know that there's seances. We know that people have summoned apparitions, and although some of those things were debunked by people like Harry Houdini, there's definitely cases of mediumistic apparitions that were absolutely real. They leave behind ectoplasm. There was a big amount of parapsychological research done in the end of the 1800s, beginning of the 1900s, and I've studied it, and there was absolutely scientific investigation being done of replicable phenomena that could not be some guy hiding in a box playing around with phosphorus powder. Oh, it's just phosphorus powder. No, dude. There's some real stuff that happened with those mediums and with those apparitions. This is not just some like Victorian con artist thing where there's a dark room and then you get the phosphorus to make it look like there's a ghost there. I read all that stuff. I read the papers. So if they can have, you know, your grandma appear as an apparition in a seance with a group of people, Christian ministers doing it, by the way, in many of these cases. If that can happen, then why couldn't negative entities appear if you do something negative? Well, apparently they can. So that's one of the big secrets here. So as crazy as this sounds, you know, I came out onto the scene in 1996, 95 really, in Hoagland's Forum. I started to talk to one of the insiders, this guy on Dreams, and he taught me how to do the dream voice. And now I'm dictating words from 96 through 2000 was the main phase. And I was basically totally broke. I had regular menial jobs. Most of the time I was doing this in 96, 97, and for the first half of 98. And then after July 98, I became self-employed doing intuitive readings for people. And I made just barely enough to survive. I never had any overhead. I was always getting $30 bouncing fees and having to pay the bank all this poverty tax. But I became aware that, you know, there's definitely a negative force here on Earth that it's a very strange game they're playing, because on the one hand, they're advertising all the time. They're like, here we are. Here's the all-seeing eye. Here's this weird black and white checker floor. Here's this weird arch that's got the two, you know, Boaz and Joaquin, the two pillars. And, oh, you're going to see those pillars around too. And, oh, here's this pop star dancing in fire and horns and, you know, here's the blood effect that we're going to show you. And it's like, don't you guys have any new ideas? Like this devil shit just kind of sticks with you, you know? You just keep on recycling like this is the best idea you've got year after year after year. Well, then I talked to my insiders. It turns out, no, actually, these are ceremonies they're doing, and they're deliberately creating some kind of event that they're hoping will authorize their side to do more stuff. So it's so weird, right? It's like this is actually a negative force that is in a significant degree of control over what you get to see and what you are told and who might even be running your country, right? These are all things that can decisively change how you live. If there's somebody in there who ends up not working for your best interest, it can be really freaking bad. Then you start to find out, wow, you know, this has always been under some really strange situation that we're only just now breaking free of, thanks to the concerted work of actually our military and intelligence community and then others around the world. And nobody knows about this yet. It's not public yet. So there's been all this stuff that's been done with, you know, sealed proceedings and stuff that you don't get to hear about because it's sealed and then it's unsealed, and people apparently wearing ankle bracelets, but they can't talk, and nobody's gonna say what's really going on. But that over a prolonged period of time, that this whole negative force has been systematically whittled away legally, one at a time, people, you know, being ordered to step down, very serious military investigations that they cannot talk about. And, you know, so we're seeing waves and waves of resignations, and this guy steps down, that lady steps down. And apparently there's a very complex, orchestrated, intricate, involved plan causing this to happen. And we're now at the choke point where there's only a few left that have to be dealt with, and then there's going to be some type of public announcement. So that's what he was talking about with the EBS. So again, in this parallel universe that I talk about, that my family doesn't really understand, and that's okay, but I think in time, maybe not too long, people are going to know that I was right, and they're going to look back on these videos and be like, dang, you know, David's sources were very accurate. Well, that's already happening. The sources are already proving themselves to be accurate because they told us. And they now, I'm talking specifically about the part of this that is the military and intelligence alliance, as we call it, the alliance. And it also came from this Archangel Michael revealed teaching that I got in the 1990s. I don't know of anybody else who tried to do revealed teaching, verbal transmissions, using perfect remote viewing protocols, studying the remote viewing protocols. Most people learn on their own, and if you don't know all the protocols, it's very easy to screw up. One of the most important protocols is do not analyze. You are not allowed to understand what you're saying. If you do, it's too much. You're too close to it. You got to get away from it. All of the best stuff that I dictated in the 1990s, as it now comes into the year 2025, we're about to head into 2025, all of the best stuff was when I was so out of it that I don't remember anything that I said. And stuff where I was closer to the surface and I messed with it a little bit maybe because I'm listening to it. They still worked around that. And every now and then there's a little mistake, but for the most part they would just change the words if I started to interfere so that it still didn't mess with what they wanted to do. So we now have 7 books I've been selling. And as you've probably heard, right before I was going off to Canada for my first vacation in 3 years, since all these troubles hit me, you know, and being $1 million in debt and all this kind of stuff, I had these tapes show up, 21 tapes from January, mostly from January 1999, and then some time after that. And those tapes are time looped into the present in a very exciting way. So I'm reading this stuff week after week, and it's talking about stuff that's happening now. But let's get back to the Alliance. The Alliance told us in advance, and when I say the Alliance, I'm talking about people on Earth, military intelligence. They told us in advance that there was going to be a UFO scare, that people were going to be told maybe that these are UFOs, that it was going to, we were told that there was going to be, that the last card that this negative force could play this disturbingly global force that has a disturbingly high amount of power, and within their own members, they have equally disturbing loyalty, you know? The people who work for this group, I mean, even though it's anti-human and it's nihilistic in its basic philosophy, there's people who are really into this stuff, and they keep it quiet. They're not out there talking about it. Most of the time, they let other people do the talking. And they don't want to be out front, you know? But all of this is being exposed, and there's going to be a moment where you learn the truth. And yeah, we've been expecting that it would be some type of large military movement, and that the military movement is this very intense, simultaneous, complex capture operation where potentially tens of thousands of people are brought in all at the same time in a matter of maybe up to 10 days. I'm just guessing 10. I have no idea how many. It could be more than that. I have no idea. That's the funny thing, is there's a lot of this that we really don't know. But one could expect that a whole bunch of people end up getting brought in all at the same time. And wouldn't that be intense? And then all of a sudden, everything that you've been told up until now, it turns out that it wasn't real, and that there's this other story that was never being discussed at all, not in anybody's campaigns, not at any political rallies. It wasn't part of the election at all. It wasn't on television at all, except maybe as a conspiracy that should be debunked. And then you find out, oh my God, all this stuff has been true the whole time. Wow, crazy. So what happened was there were all these drones in the air, and it was looking like, based on the intel we got, that the negative force wants to stage some type of war in the event that, okay, maybe we can declare the emergency and then we don't have to hand over the reins to anybody else. We'll anoint KH as number one. We'll make her the star, get him out of there. Now you get to be the next one, and, you know, it's an indefinite emergency. We're never going to get rid of the emergency status. We're just going to keep it going. We're going to keep on, you know, forcing Congress to recertify it's an emergency, da-da-da-da. Well, no, that's not what's happening. What they found out was, okay, the Alliance knew about this. They know what we're trying to do. They've got incredible countermeasures. I mean, yeah, these drones might have the ability to make lights flicker and get away really fast or disappear, but what the Alliance has got, that kind of technology is on a whole different level. It's a whole different level than what those drones could even be made with. And that level is much superior. So they're not a threat. You know, it would give a reason for the Alliance to actually do the mass arrest scenario. So for that reason, I think, again, the threat seems to have backed off massively. Maybe they realize if we do this thing, we're all going to get popped. We're all going to get, that's going to give them the excuse. We don't want them to have the excuse. We want to drag this thing out. Don't give them an excuse to do the big, massive thing. Make it last longer, you know. That way we got more time to fight. Carmine Conti just donated $50 and says, God bless you. We're now up to 4,400 people. And some Scarlet Fire says, nothing ever happens. Look, if you can't figure out that there's a war going on right now, if you can't figure out that these drones mean something, they're all over the place. They're flying them over military bases. They're flying them over Washington, D.C. They're flying them over the UK. They're flying them over the major population centers of this American country. New York, Los Angeles, New Jersey. This is a big deal. And so another thing is that we did not expect November to turn out the way it did. We expected it to be a prolonged drag. And so if you just look at what he's already said he's going to do, as of January 20th, that is essentially the plan. That is essentially disclosure. That is essentially everything we've been telling you is going to happen. He's already saying he's going to do that. That's what people voted for. So maybe there's going to be a mass event. Maybe there isn't. Maybe it doesn't need to go that way. But we told you this was going to happen. We told you there was going to be a weird fake UFO thing, that it was going to get really scary. And we're right in the middle of it now. But in the last week, there's been hardly any drone news. So that's why I say, you know, I didn't want to title this anything with drone in the title. The threat has backed off massively. So again, what I was told by Uncle Jack, one of my insider contacts from this type of an organization, is he said that if there is a exposure of a plan If a plan gets blown, and that means that more than perhaps 1% of people are aware of what the plan is, and they're going to have enough time to tell other people what they're seeing and what this thing really is, then they have to change the plan. So, for example, I heard multiple stories about how they were going to try to do the fake alien invasion. There's variations of it in which they have film that they show of a craft coming in from outer space, and it's flying into our solar system, and you're seeing it on national television. There's multiple versions of plans like that in terms of who it would be and what they were going to do when they got here. There were 4 different stars, Uncle Jack told me, that they could use to create the idea of a Dyson sphere, that there's these solar collectors that are technological objects surrounding the star. So it's surrounded by like a machine technology that harnesses energy. They have 4 stars like that, where apparently there are solar systems where that's going on. And 4 different choices, only one of which we've heard of so far, which was Tabby's star. K18936, I forget what the hell it is. I can't remember all the numbers, but Tabby's star. Go look that up. You know, it's already been announced. That one was already announced that, oh, we found a star that's got this machinery around it. He told me they had 4 of those. So even if one of them gets blown, they got 3 more stars they could do, and then try to say, oh, that's where the invasion is coming from. Then there was all different types of contingencies of like, how could it happen with holographic Project Bluebeam type of stuff that's in the sky, that's backed up by drones. And so this is very serious. If you go back to the 1970s, there's a movie that stars Sean Connery that is about them using drones to fake out people, because the movie is called Zardoz, Z-A-R-D-O-Z, okay? And I'm going to give away one of the plot twists. I'm sorry to do this to you. But what is Z-A-R-D-O-Z? It's the middle of Wizard of Oz. Zardoz is Wizard Oz. Zard Oz, Wizard Oz. So it's essentially a weird take on Wizard of Oz in a futuristic setting with Sean Connery, where the whole point is that they make this blimp and they convince people that it's God. And this is in the 70s that this movie came out. So if you really want to learn some things about how long they've been setting this up, and I heard this from insiders, this is insider testimony, go back and watch the movie Zardoz, and you'll be amazed, because it's exactly what they want to do right now. We heard about PBB, Project Bluebeam, that might happen. They might want to fake us out and make us think that there's some invasion going on. They might create holograms in the sky. They wanted a big scare, but oh man, you know, if it's going to lead to mass arrest instantaneously and like 10,000 of us all get swept up at the same time, maybe this isn't such a sexy idea. Maybe, in fact, instead of giving us a power extension past January 20th, maybe it's going to turn into the worst nightmare we could ever imagine. So I would still be very much on the lookout for a drone war. If anything weird starts happening, then yeah. But again, they have to change tactics. So, you know, the strategy they're playing is just one of the tactics. But again, the action begins in 3 weeks. I mean, they've said from day one that there's going to be trials and arrests and, you know, people being found guilty potentially from day one. I mean, they've already made that clear. If you watch my previous shows, whether you believe it or not, you know, there is a source on X that keeps on cranking this stuff out. And now they're getting sometimes 25 million views on their posts. It's freaking insane. Like, they've gotten so popular. And back when I was first talking about this stuff, they were getting, I don't know, 7,000, 20,000 views, something like that. Maybe some of them were getting more than that, but my ongoing coverage of giving this visibility has been of, I believe, inestimable value in making it so popular now. So think about this, folks. Like, okay, stop whining. If you can't wait 3 more weeks to see the action, then you really need to get a life. You know, like, just enjoy your time, because your life is going to get busy. I mean, this is going to affect everybody's life in a very profound way, no matter how it goes down. And I think that it could actually be that we don't really hear anything or see anything or know anything until
He's already in there. It's after the inauguration. It's January 20th. And then you get this weird speech. And the speech is like freaking blowing your mind. Because remember, before they ever did the posts in October 2017, and this is the, there's certain letters associated with that. Before they started doing that, we had Mega Anon, different person, 7 geometric thought forms, donated $5. Thank you very much. And we are now up to 5,000 almost concurrent viewers, and we're only 40 minutes in. So you guys have really showed up. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank you for being here today. Again, hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. I want to see the numbers keep going up. 500,000 is amazing, but we want to keep going. And please hit the like button as well. I mean, everybody really seems to like what we're doing here. This is a very exciting thing. If you enjoy being alive, if you enjoy eating food and having a place to sleep that's warm and doesn't have wind blowing through it because the walls got blown apart or something in an alien invasion. I mean, come on, dude. If you like being alive, you like the Alliance. And anybody who thinks that being on the negative side is going to somehow work out for them in the end, that's not the archetype, dude. They betray their own kind. They stab everybody in the back, and betrayal is the first rule of the order. That's one of their own sayings. So you're going to get betrayed. They're going to use you and spit you out when you're no longer useful, and you thought that you were going to get something out of this because you played along. It's not going to happen that way. ETs are coming back. I mean, that's the reality of what we're seeing. And so we're 3 weeks away from the action. Anything can happen during this time. I mean, for the negative force to try to do something that forestalls any type of change, they only have 3 weeks. So if they're ever going to try anything, it's going to happen sometime in the next 3 weeks. Well, that's very disquieting. At the same time, because of what the Alliance comms and what we're hearing, it's going to be it is a very exciting time to be alive. It's very intriguing because, look, I am all about prophecy. So when we report on prophecies, and then those prophecies come true, man, and we've got people, saying, oh, this is not true, David's a grifter or con artist. I mean, come on. I barely make any money. I'm barely surviving. But, so if I'm a con artist, I'm not a very good one. But regardless of what people might want to think or say, here we are in the middle of this wild situation. And it was predicted. It was predicted in advance, and we're getting time loops week after week from Archangel Michael, giving us every reason to believe that this is the grand revealing of organized, entrenched negativity on Earth. We did not know that this stuff was going on before. This is new information for most people, and it's really scary. It's like, dang, there's people out there who are very, very motivated to be very, very evil. And they keep projecting that on their enemies, but when in fact, they're the ones who come out looking so bad, because it's like, yeah, you guys, you're the ones that are really doing all the bad stuff. So why are you trying to make it our fault? And why are you trying to say that we did all these horrible things? And, only people that ascribe to your particular ideology are among the chosen or the elite or the elect. That's very old world thinking. Racism is very old world thinking. I had black friends in elementary school. I had black friends in junior high and high school. I had black friends in college. Nobody had a problem. There was no racial incident ever in my whole childhood that I ever saw, except for, again, after I graduated college, I saw this riot between blacks and whites that we talked about a few weeks ago, and I was one of the only people that got in there and dragged off the guy who was wounded. Sunflower Heart says people will pick apart anything anyone says because that's who they are. Yeah, I mean, the prophecy is that UFOs, ETs are coming back. So let's review that information once again. But first, before we talk about that, I'm going to again reiterate, because it's in the slides, that I got the norovirus, 3 days of extreme nausea, and this was right through Christmas. So it is heroic for me to be here today. Thank you. And I remember Roger Zabarik said thank you for being here today, showing up. So anyway, thank you guys for being here and showing up for me, because again, it isn't a big happening if we didn't have 5,000 people within the first 40 minutes or so, which is kind of what we've got here. So anyway, I did get norovirus. I kind of had this hiccup vomiting thing. It wasn't really that bad. but it did happen. I kind of, but boy, it was everything I could do not to throw up, and most people probably would have tried to do that. Apparently, what's so sinister about this virus is that if you try to do that, you don't get any results after you're finished. You just start, you just have more stuff happen. You're dry heaving, and it doesn't make any difference, and you're still in bad shape. So yes, I will confess that this was so bad that I've used medication. I had to get through the nausea, and I have a nausea medication, so okay, great. But, my goal is, again, to not be sick, to not be in the middle of the wind and the cold. Thank God, for the most part, this winter has been much better than other winters. But, I've had two fractured ankle situations where I couldn't walk. I had COVID that lasted for the longest time, 40, 50 days in a row. It just wouldn't go away. And then, I guess I am complaining, but I'm not complaining that much, because the main thing is that I drag myself onto these cameras week after week, and that I'm talking to you, and that we're having this relationship. And that is a relationship, because you can write me right now, and if I happen to read it, like Get Money Out of Politics says, fear not, embrace your divinity. So let karma sort it all out, he says. So look, this is all stuff that's very exciting. I mean, if you can't see the real turning point that's happening, then you're not paying enough attention. UFOs are essentially being acknowledged as true. And we've got, okay, I spun a little bit, my screen spun, but it looks like we're fine. It should continue to be streaming. But anyway, we're doing all these things in history that we were told were going to happen. We're doing the UFOs. We're doing congressional disclosure. People are learning the truth, and the prophecies all across the board are saying 2025 is when UFO ETs return to humanity and tell us who they are and show up for real. Deb S. just donated. Isris Matzoth just donated as well, says thanks for being you. And Julia says, yes, we have been praying for you, David. All you had to do was take the horse paste. I know, that's what I finally ended up doing. So this actually did create an effective response. It gets rid of acne, apparently. It does. It'll pretty much nuke your acne. Gets rid of any type of stuff. I did take it again when I had the norovirus. Maybe it helped me to some degree. I don't know. But yeah, definitely spare yourself the misery. That stuff is $9 a tube. And just, squeeze out a little bit. It tastes terrible. It's like toothpaste mixed with candy, mixed with heavy metals. And you got to swallow it, and it's like, it's not the greatest, okay? But it really does work, and it's freaking amazing. And then somebody said, yay, horse paste. So thank you for that donation as well. You can see that zipping along right here. I don't know why you wouldn't be excited. When you heard about what he said he's going to do and he gets back in, and now that's happening, and by some miracle it occurred without any type of prolonged fight, I am grabbing the popcorn just like they advise us to. I am ready for the action. I am ready to see where we're going to go, what we're going to learn, where is this taking us, what do we discover, and apparently what they're going to tell us about pretty fast is this whole idea of the civilization that was on Mars. And so that's a big thing we're going to talk about. David, what do you know about Saint Germain and his previous incarnations to bring about GESARA? Lady Braven says that, 22 Canadian dollars. There's been a Gesara thing going around forever on the internet. I'm not really sure if I believe any of that stuff or not. The overall principles of the Nasara law sounds like it would be good, but I think that, we know there were people that were found guilty in federal court of creating Nasara type of scams and then defrauding people. So there are grifters, there are con artists, but when you just give away information like I'm doing, that's not a con artist. Did you hear Sean David Morton just passed away? I absolutely did not. Is that true? Somebody else please look that up and confirm that. That's kind of shocking. He's my age. Sunflower Heart donated. I'm holding it in pause here so it won't disappear. Sunflower Heart donated, and Roger Zubarak again, $20. If you were not here, so many of us would be totally lost. You are so loved and appreciated. Thank you very much. Alive and thriving with respect for purposes of academic integrity. Please play the tapes live for authentication. PTSD, please understand. Namaste. Well, the tapes are mostly whispering. It would probably creep people out to hear it because it's not usually talking speed. It would be a significant amount of work for me to digitize all of these recordings, and the speed that it comes in is very, very slow. It's not conversational. It gets very tiring to listen to it because it's so slow. So, I mean, we could do that. Maybe if there's a really, really juicy one and I have the time in the coming week, maybe I'll go pop an excerpt out of it. But, just because somebody asked me to do something doesn't mean I'm going to do it. That would be an incredible amount of time and energy to try to digitize and then digitally clean up all of these tapes and find the right we might do it. I might do it. It is a good idea. You just have to understand that in reality, my life is just pedal to the metal. I mean, imagine that this shows up to your house on Friday the 13th in the middle of the wind on the Friday night before you got to get ready for a show, and everybody knows that I get ready on the weekend. So right when I need to be prepared, and it actually threw me off. I wasn't able to do a show that Sunday. I had to do it later because it put me into too much shock. So yeah, when I have enough time, it's a cool idea to get some of the originals off the tapes. We can do that. I just have to have the time to do it. But believe me, the material was put into transcript form and then it was published online, most of it except for these last tapes. It was all published in 1999 and 2000, which means you don't really need the original audio because it's auditable. You can see when the transcript appeared online, and it's still 20 years or more before the prophetic events started to happen. But from the beginning, this source I had in the 1990s is talking about all the events that occurred in 2020, the way that November turned out, the illnesses that people had, the treatments they were offered. And it turns out that whole weird, upsetting situation that does have real danger and lethality in it, that prevented us from having a pole shift or a supervolcano or a solar flash or a worldwide hurricane, 200-mile-an-hour wind, whatever the heck it was going to be, the extinction level event, the nuclear war, maybe it's a massive economic collapse that goes over the whole world and everybody starves. I don't know what. Those things haven't been happening. We got through a non-catastrophic activation, and now we come to find out that there are beings who are positive, and they come to planets like ours specifically to stop us from being on the dark negative timeline where the world is destroyed. Now, that has happened in our solar system, but thankfully, we're not going to go through that again. Susie Q just donated, celebrating your first super chat. Thank you very much. Mazanzi Soundworks says, what is your view on the Pope's doors and portal, the two mystery males opening the doors? Well, we got a whole bunch of slides on that, so I just want to be clear that we do have slides that are going to cover that. I want to kind of get to that when we're here. Merlina Yazzie says, some of us are just fine with hearing you share information, resonating with it, and choosing to decide what we want to cognate, David. Don't worry, keep doing what you're doing. We love you. Veronique Moermont donated and said, we are all aliens somewhere. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Let's go disclosure. Thank you for all the super chats. We appreciate the support, said UFO Mark II to Roger Zubarak, and I definitely do. So anyway, yeah, you can't spend your whole time arguing against skeptics, but at the same time, you also want to honor them so that they don't feel like they're walking into algebra, advanced calculus class, and like, oh, dang, what is he talking about? Well, no, we're talking about how does our planet get saved, and we're talking about the show that I'm so well known for, Ancient Aliens. A friend of mine has been, diagnosed with cancer. I've been helping him with our nonprofit, and he is now in a nursing home because of his health. He can't walk right now, but he's getting better. And anyway, we just got him into a single room away from the frickin' shower room that's got the door opening and closing all the time. Thank God. So, good things are happening, and it's affordable, and we've been able to get that to work for him. But, that's intense too, having a good friend of mine end up in a nursing home, and I've been fighting really hard to make sure that he doesn't get a roommate, that he can have a single room, and, that it's quiet enough that he can sleep. So things are starting to shake down, but it's been stressful on multiple levels. We've had weird legal actions coming in. So yeah, it's not fun for me to be here necessarily right now. On the other hand, I love talking about this stuff, and I love the fact that I'm on camera and that we're actually doing this show, and that the wind has miraculously slowed down a little bit for us. So I've been through this norovirus thing, and I'm literally telling you, on Christmas I was really, really vomitously ill. So only a couple days ago, and yet here I am, and I've gotten through it. So it carried right through into Christmas, and I still, even today, did not feel that excited about eating food. There's 4 viruses circulating around right now, and I've gotten, I guess, 2 of them so far, maybe 3, COVID, RSV, norovirus, and then variants of bird flu. So the Alliance actually did make a post and say that these 4 are circulating right around the time I got sick, and then they've since deleted it. But regardless of all these illnesses and all this stuff, disclosure is on the way no matter what. And as I was putting this show together, I found a really cool Revelations quote that I wanted to read again, because it's describing what we're seeing on a global level right now. For they are the spirits of devils, working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world. So the miracles might include the drone sightings, right? If you think about it as a Bible prophecy of the situation we're in now, this is pretty interesting. And we had another donation come in, Jennifer Swigart. David, do you know why sunflowers don't look at our new white sun? Well, I don't know what you mean by sunflowers, but maybe, you mean actual sunflowers, not like a pejorative of people who don't want to. Maybe, the sun does seem to be different, and I would agree with you on that. There's something strange about it, and it is whiter. So anyway, back to our prophetic quote from Revelations. They are the spirits of devils working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world, to gather them for the battle of that great day of God Almighty. Behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked and they see his shame. So this could be a drone prophecy in which the miracles that these spirits of devils are working, the miracle is the drone. And then they are trying to gather for a battle of the great day of God Almighty. Well, now we're hearing that the ETs could return next year in 2025, and that it could be in UFOs, and so the DS is trying to get the jump on them and put their fake UFOs out first. And maybe it seems very likely that if they did want to use Project Bluebeam, that they would create some biblical feeling event, that it would have something to do with religion and Christianity and God and UFOs and all kinds of interesting things. So again, the second part of this is very important, because I come as a thief. The spirit of the devil comes as a thief, and so they want you to watch and keep your garments, because, this could come as a surprise, and the drones are a surprise. So I thought this was quite interesting when I spilled over this. He gathered them together at a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon, and the 7th angel poured out his vial into the air, and there came a great voice out of the temple of heaven from the throne, saying, "It is done." So he gathered them together in the battle of Armageddon. And then this great voice, again, this booming, loud, amazing voice, saying, "It is done." That, to me, seems to be the ascension. And that it's right after we go through these ordeals that are, symbolically tribulations. Some Christians are still expecting to see, like plagues and all these types of biblical disasters, but, that's not really where we're going here. So Phil Kasubers donated. He says, "My concern for the new year regarding drones, beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. There's good out there. We oppose deception, conduit closing." This was in the Hampshire Crop Circle from 2002.
I am familiar with that one. I'm not entirely sure that that was actually the real extraterrestrials or not. That could have been the DS that designed that one, because it said we oppose deception, but then the OP in oppose was capitalized, which might have been their way of saying it was an op, and they were the ones doing it. I'm just going to put that out there. But anyway, so now we're being told, even by the original Roswell ET, EB, that 2025 is when they're returning. We heard it from St. Germain. We heard it in the Great Pyramid. And now the whole entire 7-book Michael Prophecies series and this 21-tape book 8 that we're getting now that I'm doing week by week, it's all saying the same stuff. And that's very, very exciting. So this is the Battle of Armageddon. Don't wait for more tribulations than ones we're already getting. We've been through our own version of these tribulations. And now we're coming to the point where it is done. And there's a grand booming voice, and it's going to be amazing. It's going to be some type of transformation of what it means to be human. At the same time, our company is in the final stages of bagging gigantic deals. And as you can probably imagine, this creates infighting. And one of the things we're infighting about that's been really bothersome to me is fighting about the terms on the smallest loan we may accept. I mean, basically, even if somebody wants to give us a small loan, and we probably don't need it because we have really big contracts coming in, it's still a good insurance policy to take this anyway. We should be able to pay it back in the first year. We only have a 12% interest rate, which I think is great. Yes, some of the terms of the loan people in the team don't like, but there's been a real big fight going on about this for like 2 weeks now. It's nerve-wracking. It's been driving me crazy, but we're kind of getting everything settled, and huge things are happening. So I expect very early in the new year we're going to be okay. But the infighting has really bothered me, so I can't deny that. It's caused a lot of emotional energy and stress. Sharon LeBrum donated. But then right in the middle of all this stuff I'm dealing with, this week we have a time loop, and it again delivered spectacularly. And I read a little bit ahead, so I also know that the time loop next week will be just as good. So, somebody wants facts, somebody's tired, they think nothing ever changes. Wait a minute. Let's go back to what the Alliance told us in their own posts last week and review this, where Dr. Stephen Greer says he has 6 new whistleblowers who are coming forward. Now, the first part of this, maybe that's not going to happen. Maybe the major government operation to sow chaos and conceal the truth is not going to happen now. Maybe the Alliance threw that off by saying, yeah, we're going to use it to create the scenario that we've been telling everybody where your phone goes off. Oh, maybe we don't want to do that after all. But anyway, there's another part of this message. In the next 30 days, it says, he predicts whistleblowers from 6 secretive black sites will come forward, unveiling a covert program dating back to the late 1950s. And apparently, based on the video, they're going to have oodles of evidence. I would imagine it's going to be at least photographs, not just documents. Maybe it will include video as well. Maybe people won't want to believe the videos are real. Maybe you're going to see video of weird craft in a hangar somewhere. I don't know what it's going to be. I'm not going to try to presuppose what the evidence is, but it's interesting. So a covert program back to the late 1950s with anti-gravity and UFO reverse engineering. According to him, the DS is scrambling to maintain their grip on power as insiders are exposing secrets. He also claims that they have advanced EM weapons and technology that could down UFOs, say that a dangerous escalation is planned between now and early January, just before he could take office. I have a hair in my mouth. That's what happens when you got too much wild hair. When your hair is too much like the mane of a lion, it gets in your mouth, and you have to clean it before you can go on. So this is pretty crazy, you guys. My God. Covert program dating back to the late 50s, and that the dangerous escalation is planned. Well, again, maybe they're not going to do it because it would instantly trigger the arrests, so they might have called that off. But disclosure is on the way either way. And this is a moment of truth type of disclosure. This isn't like oh yeah, let's just pretend this didn't happen. This is going to be, I think, something very significant. And then you remember the video was 4 minutes, 53 seconds. That's 293. And then we go back to the ones from 2017, the original messages they gave us. And it says, these pictures unlock
a deal that was presented and declined, which obviously would have been disclosure. They did not want to participate, so now it's being done through Greer, and the puppets are going wild. So as I said last week, this is of utterly massive significance because Dr. Stephen Greer is being used to break through our firewall where nobody's ever gotten the truth. He's got new insiders, 6 black sites. As I said last week, I watched 2 different shows back-to-back that had a leading black actor who was named Greer. Both Jack Ryan and Stargate Universe have one. And I think that just shows the amount that our UFO culture has penetrated into the zeitgeist, that they use his name as a namesake for these intelligence officer characters. So now we're learning, based on the latest comms from this week, that disclosure will probably include ruins on Mars very quickly. I don't think we're going to wait for that. And again, the Armada of Light is today's title. So drone UFO events have occurred before in times of war tension. And if it's coming from the right side of the fence, the positive Christian Armada of Light, these positive light beings who can project as human, they do not want us to fight wars. So what I realized was that the drone story is therefore another time loop again. In other words, we have the Fatima and we have the Battle of LA, that's 1917, 1945. Those 2 events are both mass Armada of Light interactions, where the Armada of Light shows up for a population who has been terrified and dragged into a war. And in both cases, it was a world war. And in the first case, we had Portugal getting dragged into World War I. And in the second case, Battle of Los Angeles, we have America that had just gotten dragged into World War II after Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941. So that the Battle of LA was only February of the following year after Pearl Harbor. So like not even 2 months, basically. That's very intense, you know. And these ETs have showed up to tell us, you know, we really don't want you making war on each other. It would be really nice if you could get along. So I've done these slides before, but given the fact that we're now again potentially expecting the Armada of Light to return, I'm going to talk about the other major 2 positive Christian mass ET contact events that have already occurred in our history, and in both cases they happen right before a war. So let's start with Fatima. So this is the first in our 3-way time loop now. 1917, just as Portugal was entering World War I, in this town of Fatima in Portugal, very Catholic town, you have these 3 children. This is the actual picture of them, slightly colorized. And they received contact right as their country was going into the war to end all wars. Began on July 28th, 1914, and it ended on November 11th, 1918. The Treaty of Versailles was signed on June 28th, 1919. 42 million, almost 43 million deaths of Allied soldiers. That's just a staggering number. Hard to even believe. And they're dying in trenches, and there was gas, mustard gas, all kinds of crazy stuff. And then another 22.5 million killed, wounded, or missing, which means they might also be dead. So if we take half of that as being actually dead, now you're way over 50 million dead. That's just crazy, just on one side. And then in the Central Powers side, Germany and the like, you know, 25 million dead. And then there was 25, I got this wrong. The total number of soldiers who fought in the war was 43 million on the Allied side, 25 million on the Central side, and then the deaths were 22 killed, wounded, or missing on the Allied side, and 16 million killed, wounded, or missing on the Central side. So I'm sorry I screwed that up. But still, if you combine the 2 killed, wounded, or missing, we're looking at 40 million deaths or wounded, missing. That's just unbelievable. It's still just very large. So then, right as their country was getting into the war, these children had a strong gust of wind that made them look up, and they saw a cloud. It's the same term the Bible uses, that God appeared on a cloud. And that appears to be a flying saucer, but they just didn't know what to call it. They saw a fair white cloud in human form take shape and come towards them, looking like a snow statue of the sun made of transparent as crystal, or a snow statue that the sun made to look transparent. So it's a translucent human form that says, "Fear not, I am the angel of peace," and urge them to pray for peace. Their country had just entered the war on the side of the Allies. And so here's the DS right now trying to get us into a war. They're trying to make a war. You know, we got the Ukraine, we got the Israel, and now there's this weird drone thing, which could be like the alien war, but it's fake. We were already told they were going to try this. Now they have been trying to do it. I don't know if they're really going to do it. The threat that the alliance made may be significant enough that they backed off. I'm still, because all the drone news just went really quiet this past week. It's really weird. So in the case of Fatima, this angel of peace is saying, "Fear not, I will create peace." Well, they're in the middle of a war. They were very afraid. So then the Virgin Mary apparitions begin on May the 13th. There was a lightning flash in a cloudless sky. The children saw a beautiful lady sitting on the leafy branches of an oak tree. And she asked them to come there again for 6 months on the 13th of each month. Now, she never actually said her name was Mother Mary. That's a misperception. She only said, "I am the angel of peace." People interpreted it as Mary. It's considered a sighting of the Virgin Mary, but there was never any actual verbal acknowledgement from her that's who she was. And the ETs like that. They have to play within the boundaries of free will, and they have their own rules as well, so that's important. So come back every 13th of the month. Okay, they come back in June on the 13th. They saw the lightning again. The lady told them a secret, and most of that still hasn't been acknowledged. What's the secret of Fatima? We don't know all of them. We don't know everything. It was some of it was concealed. So then July 13th, they come back again. By this point, you've now got almost 5,000 people there, and Mary showed these children a vision of hell. And I didn't know this until more recently, but I'm going to read now from Aletheia, where Mary opened her hands once more as she had done on 2 previous months. Rays of light appeared to penetrate the earth, and we saw, as it were, a vast sea of fire. And so that kind of made me smile, because once again, these apparitions show up when people are going into war. And what are the drones doing? They're beaming rays of light at the earth to do scans, apparently, for things like radioactive materials. So that was cool. The rays of light appeared to penetrate the earth, and then we saw a vast sea of fire. Plunged in the fire, we saw demons and souls of the damned. The souls of the damned were like transparent burning embers, all blackened or burnished bronze in human forms, but they were all being burned. They were floating about in that conflagration, massive fire, now raised into the air by the flames which, issuing from within themselves, caused them to rise together with great clouds of smoke. Wow. Now they fell back on every side like sparks in a huge fire, without any weight or equilibrium, amid shrieking, groaning, pain, and despair. So think about this now. This is a UFO-driven sighting, as you know. It ends in a massive event. 90,000 people had their clothes dried out by a UFO, flying disc that covered over the stars, covered over the sun, brought out the stars during the daytime, created massive flashes of color in the air, and people thought the sun was going to crash into them. It wanted you to know that demons exist. Mother Mary, if you want to call her that, the angel of peace, wanted you to know that there is a place of suffering where demons exist. And that's what this vision is about. It horrified us and made us tremble with fright. It must have been this sight that caused me to cry out as people say they heard me. You could distinguish demons differently from the people who were screaming, the souls of the damned, by the demons having terrifying and repellent likeness to frightful and unknown animals. They were black and transparent like burning coals. So yes, we've always said animals and people mixed together. That's typically how demons look. It's a part animal, part humanoid creature. And here they were black, and they also had a fiery appearance. Well, they're called elementals. The vision of demons only lasted for a moment, thanks to our good Heavenly Mother, who in the first apparition promised she would take us to heaven. Well, it sounds a lot better than this place. Without that, I think we would have died of terror and fear. Remember, these were children. So there's the vision of hell. And then, once again, it says, in True Story of Fatima, Father John D. Marchi recounted how Jacinta, the main contactee's name was Jacinta, Her father, T. Marto, witnessed the children's actions in Lakova de Iria that day. He remembered that Lucia gasped in sudden horror. Her face was as white as death, and all who were there heard her cry in terror to the Virgin Mother, whom she called by name, according to Father DeMarchi. The children were looking at their lady in terror. They were speechless, unable to plead for relief from the scene they had witnessed. They were terrified, pleading for succor, looking up at Our Lady, who said to us so kindly and so sadly, "You have seen hell, where the souls of pure sinners go." And to sin is to transgress against divine law, so it doesn't mean what normal prejudicial statements might be. So there is a place that you can go. It's not eternal, but if you transgress enough against divine law, then you can end up having demons torture you for a while in some type of holographic construct that we would think of as hell. You're going to reincarnate again later, but you might have this happen to you. So this is actually part of the grand picture of what we live in, apparently. To save them, God wishes to establish in the world devotion to my immaculate heart. If what I say to you is done, and I believe it was, many souls will be saved and there will be peace. So this is the prophecy. Remember, this is the first of 3 of these armadas of light showing up. Massive numbers of people saw these flying saucers in the sky. They did amazing things, and it was showing the children a vision of hell. But it also said, if what I say to you is done, many souls will be saved. And in order to save them, you have to establish in the world a devotion to my immaculate heart. So if she's saying things like immaculate heart, it wants you to know that it's in the stead of Mother Mary. Okay, that's obviously what this was. So, this is a very powerful spiritual event. And it says that if we have that devotion, the spiritual devotion, many souls will be saved and we will have peace. And the Michael Prophecies confirm that we as a society have now grown enough that we are going to get that absolution. We are not going to be condemned. We're getting a non-catastrophic ascension, which should be very amazing because contrary to everybody's worst fear, we're not going to have a disaster. We're not going to have a failure of society. This is all, we are being scared on purpose right now to crack the shell around our hearts and to get into ascension and to go through the final stages that we have to go through for our own purification. That's pretty amazing. So then the third apparition reaffirmed the great secret and said, continue to come on the 13th of each month. We don't know what the secret is. It's hidden by the Vatican. In October, I will tell you who I am, where I went, and I shall work a great miracle for all to see so that they may believe. And October is when 90,000 people were there and everybody's clothes got dry. You cannot deny that. There's so many eyewitnesses to it. So then we had World War I going crazy. By August 13th, there was rebellion in Russia, France, Germany, and Italy. Portuguese government wanted to nip this in the bud and stop the problem. What can we do? Can we arrest these kids? Stop this from happening? Well, that's what they did. The children got arrested. The apparition did not appear, but still 18,000 people showed up that day. They were really mad at the government. The crowd grew restless when they found out the government was involved. Then they heard a loud explosion from the tree where it started. They saw a flash of light that would normally precede this angel's appearance. And the sun dimmed and the air filled with magnificent colors. So this was the first time they used a flying craft to dim the sun by parking it in front of the sunbeams that were hitting them and then filling the air with holographic projections of color. Really, really interesting, right? So even though the children got arrested, they still got the cosmic UFO light show anyway for the 18,000 people. Then also a fine white cloud came to rest on the oak tree. The branches were sagging under the weight of the cloud. It remained there for 10 minutes. This is again Mary's apparition, finally rising up into the sky and disappearing. Very cool. The apparition appeared to the children unexpectedly. A couple days later, after they were set free, while they were tending their sheep flock, they were told to persevere and again promised that on October 13th they'd have something really great. So now, a month beforehand, we got September. There's 30,000 people. They know they got to show up on the 13th. That's the formula. The kids were there. They didn't get arrested. The sun completely went dark again. This is a result of the UFO covering its light. The stars in the night sky became visible. The air became golden in color. and people saw a globe of light gliding from east to west. That would have been their saucer. A thin mist formed around the tree once again, and white flowers began falling from the sky. These are probably holograms because they would disappear before they hit the ground. Nobody really knew about holograms in 1917, but this shows you the capability of what these beings can do. Now, we're up to the good one. October 13th, 90,000 people potentially were there. They don't know exactly how many. Tearing apart the clouds, revealing a vast expanse of blue in the middle of the pouring rain. And what they called the sun, because they didn't know any better, they didn't know about UFOs yet, it looked like a disk of dull silver. That's a flying disk with luminous sharp edges, visible to the naked eye without being blinding, trembling and spinning like a wheel of fire. All this stuff I have in the Michael Prophecies, by the way. You can read the books, and it's all in there. I write about this, all the references, all the documentation. This is proven. The sun, which is this flying disk, began throwing off incredible beams of colored light, green, blue, violet, etc. After 4 minutes, the craft finally stopped making these displays. It then restarted and was even more breathtaking than the first time. And then the sun zigzagged and headed directly towards the earth like it was going to crash. People were screaming. They were saying prayers. They were screaming in fear. The sun suddenly stopped in its descent, zigzagging, rising back up into the original position, and then disappearing. And this was a 15-minute light show. Imagine with modern-day phones that 90,000 people were filming this with their phones. It would be disclosure. It would be the end of the line worldwide. 90,000 people found out their clothes were completely dry. This is actually a surviving photograph of the crowd of 90,000 people looking at this before the show was over while it was still doing amazing colored lights in the sky. It's an actually authentic photograph from this event. So then the texts that they received have some very interesting things in it that are relevant to what's going on now. The war is nearing its end, World War I. But if men do not stop offending the Lord in the reign of Pius IX, a worse one, a new war will begin. And it did, right? World War II. When you see the night lit up by an unknown light, know that it is the great sign God gives you that the punishment of the world is at hand by war, famine, and persecution of the Holy Father. Oh, dang! When you see the light, when you see the night lit up by an unknown light, is that not a prophecy from Fatima of the drones? I wondered what this was. We've talked about it in other videos. I didn't know. I mean, maybe it's I would usually say, oh, it's got to be the solar flash, or oh, it's got to be the Armada of positive ET ships coming in. But no. Maybe this is actually a prophecy from 1917 about an event in 2024 taking place 107 years later. Wow. That this is what they are. The time-traveling ETs in 1917 already knew that the drone thing was the last step. When you see the night lit up by an unknown light, the punishment is at hand. War, famine, and persecution. Well, it's the negative that's going to be punished, not the rest of us. To prevent that punishment, I shall come to ask the consecration of Russia to my Immaculate Heart and communions of reparation every Saturday. If my requests are heeded, Russia will be converted and there will be peace. If not, she will spread her errors throughout the world, provoking wars and persecutions of the church. And so, yes, the so-called Khazarians started out in a part of Russia. A lot of people have traced it to that. Even the Alliance did at some points. So again, the point is we are preventing it says, when you see the night lit up by an unknown light, the punishment of the world is hand by war, famine, persecution of the Holy Father. So if this drone war was allowed to occur, they could probably create some really huge disasters that would be very bad and would lead to, as it says, war, famine, and persecution and the punishment of the world. So now we're in that phase of the drones, and one of the timelines is that the drones could destroy us. But then it says to prevent the destruction of these drones, to prevent that event that we're now seeing happen 107 years later, right? We have to consecrate to the Immaculate Heart. And we have to be loving. And again, Michael Prophecies tell us that we did. That Russia was converted. There is going to be peace. So to prevent it are the very three important words here, because we are preventing it right now. Okay. Then it also says, regardless of how it turns out, because we know about the COVID stuff, many of the good will be martyred. So there is going to be a plague, a disease, pandemic thing. The Holy Father will have a lot to suffer. Several nations will be crushed. Portugal will keep the dogma of the faith, etc. Well, several nations will be crushed is definitely, I think it's talking about what we're seeing right now with lockdowns and economic problems and all that kind of stuff. And again, many of the good will be martyred. So that's talking about COVID. It's pretty incredible. The etc. is very important. It stands for the undisclosed part. The Pope forbade the complete publication of the text, saying the last part was only about the papacy. And then it says, finally, my immaculate heart will triumph. The Holy Father will consecrate Russia to me. She will be converted, and the world will. Remember, they don't equivocate. These are words from the higher beings. They are not going to be mealy-mouthed. The world will be granted a time of peace. The Immaculate Heart will triumph. I mean, it's so amazing. Our DNA is actually going to be changing. And again, go back and look at this painting from Masolino de Panical, Miracle of the Snow, which clearly shows the illustration of some type of snow formation on the ground that was a miracle, like a snow circle. And here they are playing with a shovel and digging in there. And up above them is this massive sighting of what looks like Jesus and Mary on a cloud, just like the Bible says. But all the clouds are in the exact shape of the biblical UFO. This is from the 1400s. This was painted. This was painted in the 1400s. Long before people talked about UFOs, they got their snow circle, weird geometric thing that they're, trying to figure out, what is this? Where did it come from? And apparently the UFO showed up. Again, this is all leading towards humanity's genetic evolution as we go into some type of cosmic activation. So the second phase of this is World War II. September 1st, 39 is when it actually started. Japan surrendered on September 2nd, 1945. 16 million plus Allied soldiers killed. 45 million civilian deaths. Whoa. Yeah, from mass starvation, war, all that stuff. This was very, very dangerous. 8 million on the Axis side, soldiers died. That's only half as many. 4 million plus Axis civilian deaths. So the Allies did a lot worse in this case. And a lot of that was in Russia. There was an enormous number of deaths in Russia while they were trying to fight fight back against Hitler and work with the Allies. That's where a lot of those deaths come from. So this is just staggering amount of death. And again, this was the next big war we were going through, huge losses of life. And the human ETs made another big move to create an Armada of Light less than 3 months after the U.S. entered World War II. And I'm specifically talking about the Battle of Los Angeles, February 24th to 25th, 1942. So it isn't exactly 2 months after Pearl Harbor. It's like 2.5 months. Okay, not very long. The U.S. did not want to get into World War II. They waited for a very long time. Finally, the country goes into war, and not even 2.5 months later, boom, here's this massive UFO sighting that everybody thought was a Japanese invasion at first. So here's one of the magazine articles from the time, LA Times. And we're now almost 5,700 people watching, so thank you for being here. Searchlights and anti-aircraft guns combed the sky during alarm, and here's a guy pointing to bullet holes in his car. That's from the artillery that was being shot at this thing. And then you'll notice that there's the main picture is of all these searchlights on some kind of object. We're going to come back to that in a minute. Guns bombard the sky as strange planes black out. Well, that would be drones, wouldn't it? Strange planes. Oh, yeah. The Armada of Light. Black out the Southland in the first raid. It says no bombs fell, no aircraft downed. Report from the Army. So nobody was actually hurt. The UFO did not fire on anybody. And then it said 3 subs sunk and 4 damaged in battles in the Atlantic for World War II. So people are dying in World War II, but they did not die from the strange planes. No bombs fell. No aircraft were downed. So the air raid sirens began sounding on the night of February 24th. There was a large orange-colored craft slowly hovering over LA. In fact, there was multiple ones. It was a whole fleet. But some people only saw one, and people said that it looked orange like a jack-o'-lantern. The 37th Coast Artillery Brigade was ordered to commence firing at 3:16 a.m. They fired anti-aircraft shells weighing 12.8 pounds each. Those are huge. The firing continued for almost an entire hour from 3:16 to 4:14 a.m. Everybody in LA could hear it. You could not sleep through this. Over 1,400 shells were eventually fired, damaging several buildings, killing 4 or 5 civilians, and 3 people dying of heart attacks. And so sure enough, the ship that was flying over, that everybody was shooting at, was a traditional Christian flying saucer, just like we see in Miracle of the Snow in that painting. So when you look at it in that picture, sure enough, the searchlights are on this object. You can turn it inside out, photographic negative. The little orbs that you see around it are not orbs that it's releasing. Those are actual impacts of artillery shells. Bombs that were explosive projectiles in some cases being fired at this thing, anti-air missiles, and it just bumped them all off of a gravitational field like nothing was the problem. Nobody was able to get a hit on this thing. So yeah, you'd better believe it looks like a flying saucer. You see the disc shape. You can see the bump on the top. There is one of those anti-aircraft orbs of light right above it, which kind of obscures the dome a little bit in this picture, but not very much. If you take the photographic negative, you can really see it. There's your UFO hanging out in the middle. And so this one might have been a domed craft. Other craft that were in the same event looked like this. And so Hollywood actually stole the craft from the Battle of Los Angeles and used it in the movie The Day the Earth Stood, or not The Day the Earth Stood Still, War of the Worlds. This is the War of the Worlds craft, except that it also does not have the periscope on top. Michael Larson just donated, so I want to acknowledge that. Thank you very much. He says, "Thank you, David, for this amazing, valuable info. You've spent billions of hours researching. I watched a ton of Cosmic Disclosure and Ancient Aliens celebrating your 20th Super Chat." Wow. So Sean David Morton did die on December the 18th from cancer. Wow. Yeah, I mean, he was a friend of mine, so that's sad. But, we wish him all the best in the higher realms. And I know he ended up getting in trouble, and he was in prison. He might have died in prison. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he ever got out before that happened. Anyway, so sorry to hear that his loss is actually a thing. But so the War of the Worlds ship, if you go watch that movie, it's like, oh, dang, that's right. It's just got a little periscope on the top, a little doohickey that sticks above. But otherwise, they just stole the actual real design when they made the movie. So then as this battle was taking place, the Army says this is a real problem. Roaring guns mark a blackout. So there was apparently this caused a power blackout as well. And it also says storm grows over delay in alien ouster. Well, that's not actually talking about aliens. Anyway, here's another one. Air battle rages over Los Angeles. LA Examiner War Extra, 9 a.m. final. Extra, read all about it. One plane reported downed on Vermont Avenue by gunfire. So there was a friendly fire incident. One of our planes came down because so many people were shooting at this, and nothing happened. It didn't do anything. So it says where anti-aircraft guns opened up. Map spots areas 1 about Los Angeles. Anti-aircraft guns opened up, and searchlights sought out what they thought was a plane or a blimp. The object moved down the coast from Santa Monica, disappeared south of Signal Hill oil fields. All of Southern California was blacked out. At Goleta, a submarine previously had fired 25 shells into an oil field. So this was a very, very big event, a very major, disruptive, cosmic type of thing. We got more donations, so I want to honor that. Mustang Debbie says, "I appreciate you. Thank you very much." So, he died at home. Okay, good. So he wasn't in prison. Glad to hear that. He was out of jail, and Carrie Cassidy was helping donate for his living expenses day to day. She did many interviews with him. Yeah, I mean, he was at multiple events that I spoke at, like Conscious Life Expo. I was on at least 4 or 5 different panels with him, and we hung out in person. So I didn't get to know him too well, but definitely I would say he was a friend. So I'm sorry to hear about that loss. But anyway, during this same time, the Battle of Los Angeles, this is again 1946, a year before Edgar Cayce died. Unfortunately, nobody asked his readings about this. But the Cayce story and my story, as we've said before, very interwoven. This is Edgar Cayce at his desk, and it looks an awful lot like me. You put the two faces side by side, there's something really bizarre going on here. So it does appear to be that souls reincarnate. It does appear that reincarnation brings hereditary features of the face in the soul, that you actually get some type of soul imprint upon the way the body is going to look, and so your face is the face of your soul. That's really kind of a cool thing. Like, if you don't like your face very much, well, do what you can to be as happy in your life as possible, because your face is the face of your true soul. And so it's interesting how similar these two faces are. It's really, really creepy and weird. I mean, people have already said this is like the best reincarnation case we've ever had in terms of facial similarity. So it appears, again, Cayce did 14,000 medical readings that are documented, and it seemed to be coming from these angelic positive ETs. They always spoke as a we. They had clearly amazing advanced capabilities. They could give people information about anything. They could speak in any language. Cayce's own voice was doing this. He was nearly illiterate. How did he know 40 different languages? Well, he didn't, but the source speaking through him did. He was under complete hypnosis. It was profoundly accurate. And now I continued that on a conscious channeling basis, not like the Cayce readings, but conscious in my own work. And we're still in this crazy time loop. So the Cayce promise is delivering in the present, because here I am doing this again, here in a physical body, going through all the aches and pains of, having subpoenas and all this crazy stuff that can happen to you, trying to make sure that your friend has a nice time in the nursing home. It's intense, I got to say. So then we talked last week about the classic whistleblower for Linda Moulton Howe from 1996. And again, I haven't taken the time to do this, but I highly recommend that you go to her site, earthfiles.com. You can sign up and become one of her private members, and then you can read all the documentation behind this to learn about this guy who gave her the Roswell Art's parts that she gave to Art Bell, and then he supposedly found that when you electrify them that they levitate. The claim was that they came off of Roswell, and this guy apparently got these parts from his grandfather, who had a diary. And his grandfather was some sort of classified insider who had actually been there for the Roswell event, amazingly enough. So we have the Battle of Los Angeles, we have the flying saucer, then we have Roswell, which is only a year later. The Battle of LA is 46, Roswell is 47, something crashes, and there's a live being in there, and the being is known as EB. You've heard this story, but EB said, all of my people are coming back in 2025. What? 2025? Yeah, we've been hearing this date, and it's like, 2025 is now 2 days away or something. It's very imminent. So the original Roswell being said this, so that's so amazing that EB said they're going to return. His people are going to return in 2025. This was posted by Nastasia Abel. Saw a post earlier today, which many may be aware of. 1996 Army Sergeant letter to Lynn Moulton Howe claimed full alien contact. Well, they don't like that word, but ET contact in 2025. And we read this last week, but this was what I got. It's only one photograph in the email, public domain, sent to me by public domain. And again, if you want to do more, you got to be a subscriber of earthfiles.com. So you can read all this again, but he's talking about that he was the individual who dispatched the artifacts of the Roswell debris to the talk show host Art Bell. And then it says, when I decided to turn these artifacts over, he would be a trustee, da-da-da-da. Then it says, I've been looking over Granddad's journal, and I wanted to share a few brief extracts with you and Art Bell. And then I know you want to confirm an otherworldly extraterrestrial source of the metal. This was the initial aspect of the original exams. What came to light was the metal was virtually indiscernible to Earth metals. That's good. That means we can build the same stuff. Grandad's notation said this was to ensure in the event of crash or capture, no verification as to the ET network or their homeworld configuration could be proven. They have a network and they have a homeworld confederation. They have a homeworld confederation. So this is very important, folks, because the law of one uses the same word. And when I was trying to scan through this last time, I couldn't find it. So they specifically said, we only can build ships with your materials. So they're manufacturing their spaceships here on Earth, and they're only using materials found on Earth, apparently, because they don't want to be led back to their homeworld confederation. That's exactly the same term they use for it in the law of one, which is staggering, right? No verification of their confederation could be proven, which would otherwise compromise their directives. The spaceships were constructed with metallic base materials, indistinguishable from Earth, as a protective measure for security. There was a drawback. The negative consequence was that they were vulnerable for radar interference, and they would fly at a fast speed to try to stop that from happening. And most of their atmosphere operations occurred in our Western Hemisphere, Europe, and Asia, populations consisting of network selectees. And this is very interesting, as we said last week. Identifying persons destined to be contacted, which could be in dreams. This is the Wanderer thing. This is the ET soul thing. So there again, I found out I was a network selectee in 1996. That's what began this whole thing. Actually, 95. And then I started doing the Michael stuff in 1996. So I absolutely fit in with this storyline. It's incredible that it's so accurate. There's a confederation. They've got people destined for contact. The contacts were conceived and predestined prior to birth. And so that makes sense, because that's what my story is. And it was scheduled to be accelerated for 3 decades prior to 2000 ACE, when the network would initiate the transition, beginning with the events of 2001, the towers coming down. But stop for a minute. Wait. 3 decades up to the year 2000 would be 1970. And I was born in 1973, within those, at the very beginning of that 30-year period. So that's another crazy thing. The contacts were scheduled to be accelerated and increased throughout the 3 decades prior to the year 2000. That is exactly when I was born, folks, 30 years before 2000, 1973, roughly speaking. So this really blows me away, because it's so, original notes from Roswell so perfectly predict what I'm doing here and my age and everything about this. The Confederation, the network selectee being what we're now calling a Wanderer ET soul. Some people have angelic souls. They have angelic DNA that got mixed with their own DNA. There actually is a difference in your DNA, and there is an angelic version of you somewhere that exists theoretically. They could project it at least. And you have advanced supercharged DNA, and there's potentially hundreds of millions of these people. You know, we estimate it could be 300 million or more wanderers around the world. And so if you have all these cosmic visions and dreams, but then nobody seems to treat you very well, and you're naive, and you keep getting hurt, and your feelings hurt, and people manipulating you, yeah, you're probably an ET soul. Because we want to trust that everybody's good, and then when we find out people are not good, we're really horrified by that. So, 2000 AD, ACE, is when they're going to initiate a transition. Initiating it, right? And it begins in 2000, but full contact occurs around the year 2025. This information was acquired from the sole surviving alien, obviously from the Roswell crash. So holy crap, the 2025 is baked into the most famous UFO event of all time. Roswell is much bigger than all the others, and you can't get away from 2025. So that blows me away. I do want to read more of this. I should join up and get more stuff from Linda. I don't want her to feel like I'm infringing on her copyright, but I want to know like everything this guy's grandfather said, because the 2025 date, I mean, it's just mind-blowing. We got Saint Germain in the 1800s tells Alice Bailey that all the beings are coming back in 2025, light beings, Galactic Family Reunion. Same being apparently started the Declaration of Independence as the unknown stranger. that was Saint Germain, supposedly. They just didn't use that name, and they brought him in on July 4th, 1776. He's in the room with the Founding Fathers, and it was his speech that convinced them to sign the Declaration of Independence. In the Michael Prophecy books, I have these secret Masonic transcripts of that speech. We found it. We actually have the whole speech, and I read it also in the Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies, which is one of 2 video products available in our great package deal for the holidays. And hopefully, we're about to get funded and I won't need to raise money anymore. And I'm probably still going to, have ads on the channel, because if I don't, I'm going to get, punished for that. And so you can still send in your super chats, and I'm still going to graciously receive it. Why? Because it's okay to donate to something that you like. There's nothing wrong with that. The trolls try to make it like it's so bad if somebody donates money for something they like, but you can watch this for free. You don't have to donate anything. So 2025, my gosh, this date has always been available to the time-traveling ETs, and then the Alliance kicks out this, that Mars was once home to large pyramid-building ETs. This is the General, which is another one of their briefing sources that you can subscribe to. I highly recommend doing that. I'm learning a lot from it. Company documents claim Mars was once home to quote-unquote very large people, as in probably, we're talking 20 feet tall, around that, that big, who built pyramids. Mars? So this is something, this is how I got started in all this. The first thing I learned about was UFOs are real, NASA has the technology, they crashed here, Roswell is true, there are extraterrestrial beings in these crafts. Then, the same friend a few months later found the Monuments of Mars by Richard Hoagland. And immediately the same guy that told me Roswell was real said, yeah, and there's ruins on Mars, pyramids, and there was a civilization there, and they destroyed their world. So now we have the Alliance talking about this? Like, anybody who thinks that this type of stuff would be too woo-woo for the Alliance, no. This is their posting. They did it. So let's dig into this a little bit more. Here's another, this is from Storm Rider, and it says that the docs claim life did exist on Mars, very large people who built pyramids, and it says on X insider paper, ... So now I clicked on that, and I got to this. Same thing, it keeps saying the same thing. It's got almost 1 million views. And then here's the article. Someone below there actually posted a link to it. The report, Mars Expedition, May 22, 1984, deals how the agency used astral projection. That's remote viewing. That's what they're doing. The idea that a person's spirit can travel through the astral plane to transport a subject, quote unquote, to Mars approximately 1 million years BC. So then you click on the link and you actually see this. So wow, wait a minute. This is pretty wild stuff, and it says here, life was found 40 years ago on Mars. The report, approximately 1 million years BC. They travel there spiritually, part of Project Stargate, a secret army unit in 1977, including remote viewing. There you go. So these are the pictures that everybody was so captivated by. If you haven't seen this before, this is NASA 35A72. You got the face on Mars on the right. It's over 1 mile wide. And then on the left, you have the city of pyramids. And it really does look weird. And then out in this picture, you can't see it, but on the very bottom right is the other bigger pyramid. You can see it when you tilt a little bit in this shot. There's the bigger pyramid down on the bottom right. It's 5-sided. It's beautiful. It's clearly artificial. And to have such artificiality, pyramids are not normal. They don't normally form right next to something that looks like a human face. So you're telling me this is fake? No, the Alliance is telling us now, this is real, and it's like, can you even imagine how exciting it's going to be when we get to go there? And I think I'm going to get to go there. I want to go there. I want to go to this location. I want to be at these pyramids. I want to wear the spacesuit. I want to walk into the weird tunnels. I want to see the alien hieroglyphics on the wall. I want to step up to the computer that turns on automatically, and the whole room is filled with blue light. I want to go there. I want to be there. I want to see this for myself. There's nothing I would want more, and I think it's going to happen. Some of the insiders told me that in my future, the Alliance does intend to bring me on location to places like this to do an Ancient Alien style filming at the actual spot, and I will gladly participate in this. As long as it's not too freaking dangerous. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm sentencing myself to absolute death if I were to go to Mars. I don't know, but I think it's safe. I think we can do this. So anyway, on the bottom right, you got the 5-sided pyramid, and we have a donation come in. Eva says, do you believe the Vatican may have been influenced or infiltrated, such as by forces of evil? Some, well, yeah, I mean, there's kind of a point there that keeps coming up in the Alliance's posts. Let's put it that way. Some have brought up the fact that he opened portal doors and he doesn't appear to look like himself. Absolutely. You guys are so hungry to talk about that, but it's still probably an hour, 2 hours away in the slideshow. So just hang on. We're going to get there, I promise. It is going to happen. It's just going to take a little time for us to get there. So anyway, getting back to our slide, I would love to go to this place. I would love to be there. The 5-sided pyramid is now up close. You can see it here. It is really, really strange because it's in the proportions of a human being, not a perfect pentagon. And then, so you can draw the Vitruvian Man in there, and we see that the 5-sided pyramid, you can extend out lines from it to the face, to this thing that looks like a UFO called the Tholus, which probably is based off the UFO because they were visiting them at that time too, same craft. And then you got the City of Pyramids. Well, if you get into all the scientific mumbo-jumbo, which we're not going to do right now, these artifacts, these monuments, the 5-sided pyramid, all of these angle measurements between and the amount of arc minutes on the ground and all that stuff beautifully ties into this physics model of the tetrahedron and the sphere. And it also happens that this is 120 degrees away in longitude from the shield volcano. So it's on another third of the same tetrahedron away. Tetrahedron takes a circle, divides it into 3 parts of 120 degrees each. This city that you're looking at is 120 degrees away from the volcano on the tetrahedron, sucking up that energy. So here is a 3-dimensional rotation of the face on Mars, allowing you to see that it does maintain the shape of a human face wearing a headdress, like something out of Egypt. And then they also have the other side of it looks like a lion. So this is another NASA enhancement, as you can see from Nukem. And you can see the lion. There's lion-like features on the left, and there's human-like features on the right. And then NASA also revealed that Mars has oceans. So, you put all this together. There was oceans in the past. About half of the planet was covered by water. It had pyramids. It had humans. Now the Alliance is telling us, yes, there were humans there, and this is true, and this is going to be part of your disclosure. I cannot wait. I was betting on the right horse back in 1996. I learned about the face on Mars in 1993. I've been studying all of this stuff ever since then. And it's so nice to be right. It's so nice that this is being proven right. Most High Ness Protection donated, thank you very much, for Super Chat, 20 pounds. So I'm not going to read all this, but, the document claims it was found 40 years ago. We already saw that. Traveling through the astral plane, which is what remote viewing is, to go to Mars 1 million years ago. So that's, and again, we know from the insiders that the destruction of their civilization was about 500,000 years ago. That's the most common term I've heard from insiders. So I think the viewing skips around a little bit. It doesn't just stick at 1 million years BC. It goes up to the catastrophe of 500,000 BC. But remember, this was a captured watery moon of the super Earth. It had an ocean. So, 1 million years BC with remote viewing, part of Project Stargate, and you would use binaural frequencies to induce altered states, and then they were transported to the planet during that year, 1 million years ago. But what did they see? Oh my God. They saw the oblique view of a pyramid and a very large road with a monument similar to what you see in Egypt. I love it. I love it. On Mars? Are you freaking kidding me? And now they're telling us this is actually real, which means they're going to show us the proof, folks. This is not going to... They got a lot better pictures than the ones we've got from NASA. They saw a population of very large people whose environment had been corrupted and they needed to find a new place to live. Well, literally, apparently, the full story is there was the super Earth was being run by an AI, and the AI tried to make war, and the creator of the AI blew it up. That's one theory of what happened, that the creator actually blew it up, or that it blew up in the war, or maybe the AI itself actually blew up the planet. But the point was, this was the planet known as Maldek, and in our time loop this week, I have a vision from the planet Maldek right before it exploded. So you're going to get to hear that. And it's amazing how, in the time loop from 1999, they're giving us the vision of this exploded world at the same time the Alliance is telling us about it in 2024. I love it. I love it. So this was the U.S. government's new weapon to create mind-reading spies using remote viewing, called Project Stargate. They did it in Fort Meade, and they used people with ESP to try to get intelligence. They shut it down in 95, so they say, but it was in existence for more than 10 years. They had remote viewers who were doing things like finding hostages and tracing criminals within the U.S. And they did this Mars exploration May 22nd. We didn't know about it till 2017. So again, the document's sparse in details, but we know that they use a coordinate system where you have like the target, and then it's given usually numerical coordinates, or sometimes they just write down the target if it's less scientific. But the point is, it's sealed in an envelope, and then you view the contents of the envelope. So sealed envelope with geographic coordinates. The envelope was provided to the subject before the interview, but he couldn't open it. So I'm assuming it's a guy. Almost everybody in this was a guy. I don't think there was any women. In the envelope was a 3.5 card. It said, "The planet Mars, 1 million years ago." Wow. But the person didn't know because the envelope was sealed. The administrator of the experiment verbally relayed the envelope contents. So he was front-loaded. Okay, so he knew he was going to Mars, and the subject was allowed to provide observations. So maybe there was already some briefings. Maybe this person had already been given some information. But still, this is a trained, accurate remote viewer. It's not the most scientific way to do it, and I believe this was actually Joe McMoneagle, because he talked about this in his books, and he was considered the best guy. So they did let him know he was going to Mars. By then, he was so good that it was okay. But he sure as hell did not expect, well, they didn't tell him when. Maybe they did tell him where he was going 1 million years ago on Mars. But pyramids? I don't think he was expecting that. In the books, he says he was not expecting the pyramids at all. It really freaked him out. And he didn't even know whether he was looking at Earth or some other planet at first when he was looking at it. 10:09 a.m., and they gave the coordinates, which I guess he says, okay, I see an oblique view of a pyramid form. He was not expecting that. It was ochre colored. It had a yellow to deep orange and brown hue. He saw people who were very tall, and they were thin, and they were wearing strange clothing. Isn't that interesting? So there's people on Mars. That's not supposed to happen. That's not what we're told in school. So they told him to stay in that time period, but move to another location. The landscape had a long road, and at the end of it, there was a huge obelisk that looked like the Washington Monument. Isn't that exciting? I want to go. And I think I'm going to get to go. It's like an obelisk, he said, and then he was asked to move around until he saw people again. This is McMoneagle. McMoneagle was moved to a place where there was a violent storm ripping through the planet, and people were now trying to hide in the pyramids for shelter. So this is probably after the Maldek planet blew up, and there's this horrific storm, and it's like the end of the world, and people only have minutes to live, and they're trying to hide in the pyramids from all this terrible disaster. Different chambers, they're almost stripped of furniture or anything. It's strictly functional, like a place for sleep or hibernation. So yeah, they might have tried to put themselves in cold storage because they knew the disaster was so bad they weren't going to make it alive. That's very interesting. I get real raw inputs, storms, savage storms, and sleeping through storms. And again, I think that's prophetic of the storm we're dealing with now as well. And so they were asked, okay, who was sleeping? And this is McMoneagle. McMoneagle says, yeah, they were very tall and large people, very thin. They looked that way because of their height. They dressed like a light silk. It's not flowing, it's cut to fit. The subject told the administrator these were ancient people who were dying. He knew this from looking at Mars. It's past their time or age. They're very philosophical about it. They're looking for a way to survive, but they just can't. So their planet's already been basically destroyed by this point. He appeared concerned for these people, saying they were looking for a way out or waiting for something to return. I'm getting all kinds of overwhelming endpoint of the corruption of their environment. And so that's what we're dealing with now. Same kind of thing. It's failing very rapidly. This group went somewhere a long way to find another place to live. And he claimed to have spoken with one of the people and said that their group left with what looks like the inside of a larger boat. In what looks like the inside of a larger boat. So this is like a spaceship. And the administrator told the subject to go along on the journey, report what they saw. A really crazy place with volcanoes, gas pockets, and strange plants, very volatile, very much like going from the frying pan into the fire. Well, if it was 1 million years ago or 500,000 years ago even, Earth could have been very crazy. Even if you look at what happened before Atlantis fell, just 12,000 years ago, we had woolly mammoth, we had mastodon, we had giant sloth, giant tigers, giant turtles, all these creatures that want to kill you, all these strange large creatures like the toxodon, which is sort of maybe like a hippopotamus or something, but different. All these dangerous creatures, different types of elephants, the shovel tusker, strange creatures, and they were all very large and they were hungry and angry. That was only, again, up until 12,000 years ago. So imagine 500,000 years ago. The chaotic nature of the climate, this is before the Earth was ready for third dimensional life. That didn't happen until 75,000 years ago. So if you tried to live on Earth 500,000 years ago, it was a big mess. And that's exactly what they tell us in the Law of One happened. That people migrated to Mars, they went to this planet, and they migrated from Mars to Earth, and this would be the elongated skull people. So there's an indigenous human population on Earth, and then there's also transmigrated Martians. And in the Law of One, they say that most of the people who died in this war that destroyed the planet Maldek, they ended up being reincarnated on Earth in the bodies of Neanderthals because their karma required them to be in a body that wasn't really useful for third density. So a lot of these people from Maldek actually incarnated as Neanderthals. Isn't that weird? So here they are in their original journey from the best remote viewer of all time, Joe McMoneagle. They had pyramids on Mars. They came to the Earth, and it was crazy at the time. Strange plants and very volatile. The difference is there seems to be a lot of vegetation on Earth, which is what I think it is, where the other place did not have it. So that was the positive, was that it was a dangerous jungle planet, but they could live there because they had enough food. And it had a different kind of storm. The administrator then told Joe to come on back. Move back now to the room, he says, back to the sound of my voice, farther now to May 22nd, 1984. Okay, so it's really interesting that if you follow the trail of breadcrumbs that the Alliance just gave us, where they announced that, yeah, you know what? Newly declassified or newly heightened documents about tall people and pyramids on Mars, and then you go back and read the article and it says they came to Earth. Well, you can surmise that's what it is based on all this other circumstantial evidence that Richard Hoagland talked about, including the fact that the face on Mars is half lion and half man. Doesn't that sound a lot like the Sphinx? The Sphinx in Egypt is a half lion, half man, isn't it? And what was the Sphinx right next to? Oh, that's right, pyramids. And what is the Martian Sphinx right next to on Mars? Oh, that's right, pyramids. And then you look at the people in Egypt, and they all had elongated skulls, and maybe they preserved that lineage from Mars. I mean, that's literally what these Vatican Library documents supposedly tell us, is that we're all the descendants of people from Mars. So I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Kwan Hong Chan donated 500 something or others. I thought the Maldekians reincarnated on Earth as Bigfoot or Sasquatch, any of other cryptid beings like Mothman. Yes, it includes Bigfoot and Sasquatch as well, but it also includes Neanderthals, and I'm actually going to show you that quote. So anyway, this was really fascinating, and we're going to run it a little bit longer before I take my pee break because I don't really need to go right now. I do have I shot some new stuff, but it's just like shoveling videos. I have it on the card here, but I think we're just going to go with the sunset video again because that was so amazing. It's good enough for 2 weeks. What happened to Richard Hoagland? He's still around, says Carmen Anjari. You know, he's still got his own show. You can look that up. He's around. But anyway, this is really exciting. I mean, we have Dr. Courtney Brown was remote viewing the same thing about people from Mars being brought to Earth. I described this in my book, The Ascension Mysteries, in some detail. I also do it again in the Michael Prophecies. Dr. Courtney Brown's book, Cosmic Voyage, was what led me to be able to learn remote viewing, because he teaches you how to do it in the Appendix 2. So Courtney Brown has whole sections of remote viewing that he followed up on this data and went back to that location of Mars, and he saw the pyramids, and I think he confirms that those people came to Earth, or at least it sounds like it. But the Law of One says exactly the same thing, and I was reading all these books at the same time in 1996 and listening to Art Bell, and I was so blown away, and the face on Mars really was the focal point. The idea that all this could be going on another world, away from us, in our solar system, that there's this whole alternate reality, and that these people came here and then they do the same thing. They build pyramids and sphinxes, and the alignments are again talking about this weird physics. It's amazing stuff. I love the face on Mars. It was the original thing that got me into doing all this UFO work back in 1993. Alive and Thriving said it rained on Earth for 2 million years during the Carnian pluvial episode. Not very habitable, LOL. And then somebody says, give me back the Berlin Wall, give me back Stalin and St. Paul. I've seen the future, brother. It's murder. Okay. Was the Roswell ET a gray? No, that's another thing. You go back and read books on this, and when it was really sourced well, they were humans that were skinny and had no hair and larger heads, but they had large eyes. Their eyes were larger than ours, but they did look human. They were just hairless humans with bald heads, but larger eyes. No, nothing black, though. But they do look sort of like kids. They were maybe 4 feet tall. Their bodies were skinny. Their heads, their skin tone, I think, was whiter than ours. And anyway, you know, how did they know that 2025 there was going to be a mass return? Well, EB, the first one they got to speak to, that's what EB said. EB is usually portrayed as a gray, but that's not really what it was. But this is a fascinating thing, you guys. So as we go on through this investigation, we're seeing, okay, the Alliance wants us to know about Mars and Maldek, and that's in the new time loop. So the earlier time loop stopped on January 21st, 1999, and certain details for the client had been omitted. So her name was Nancy, okay, so I'm not going to give away her last name, but she was involved with people that she genuinely thought were satanic, and she had a boyfriend who she was fighting these people with, and somehow he ended up in prison, and she was trying to get him released. And, you know, because she felt that it was all unjust, and these evil people were persecuting them. So I think that's about all you need to know. At the time that this reading was done, she was one of the only repeat clients I had where she kept asking for more readings. I think I gave her at least 4 of them. And this was one of them, and I ended up transcribing it. It became part of the normal thing. So what's so weird about this is that the reading fits for her in 1999, trying to get this guy out of jail and fighting against the Satanists. And it also fits for us very well in 2024. So I want to resume it from a few sentences before the end. And then we're going to get up to date because, my God, this thing was so spring-loaded. The time loop was so spring-loaded, I could not believe it. So remember, the Roswell crash, the EB being that they found that was not a gray, that's all misdirection. But, you know, the Santilli film where you look at the being and it's got these things over its eyes and you can pull the lenses off and then underneath it looks like regular human eyes, that's pretty much more of what we expect the Roswell beings to look like. So they might actually have the black on their eyes, but that's only like a contact lens type of sunglasses that they're wearing, apparently. So it's very interesting. So this reading is from 1999, right in our time loop, and it says, Our work with David has gone into great detail regarding a solar cycle that is in place, a cycle that can be measured within the sun itself that indicates precisely when such a transformation, i.e., the ascension, the rapture, fourth dimensional consciousness, light body activation, when will this occur? It is through this solar cycle that we now stand before you, he says, so close to the finishing point of the pervasiveness of the third dimensional illusion as it now stands. So again, we're already seeing possible evidence that the Fatima stuff was predictive of this whole drone scare that we had, lights in the sky, that kind of thing. Beverly Adams just donated. Thank you very much. And again, these words are apparently from Archangel Michael, and I use remote viewing to bring them in, and they have proven to be startlingly accurate. They talk in 1999, but they're speaking about the present, and again, 2025 is the big thing that all of these time-looped readings are telling us to look forward to, that there is going to be a mass ET contact. So to have the Roswell beings say the same thing, I mean, I'm bouncing off the walls. I'm so excited. I keep thinking about this. See, therefore, that every thought, every word, every deed, and every action you have is considered very highly right now, perhaps more highly than ever in your entire reincarnational history. So you want to be a good person, be aware of your thoughts, do not let yourself go into negativity, do not have a sassy mouth, be nice to people, all that stuff. Every single thought you have, you are being judged by in an event that may have a conclusion within as little as 6 months or less. Potentially, that's what we're looking at. This is due to the overwhelming suddenness of fourth dimensional energy that is now upon you. Really, then, we must see that this is sort of an end game for the third dimension, and that every action occurring in your daily travels is of massive importance. So don't ever think that this is just ordinary times and nothing that important is happening. Every thought you have in your mind, every word you speak is important right now. Everything has meaning because this is the very end of the third density. It's all wrapping up. The drone standoff is going to lead to, one way or another, disclosure. The truth of extraterrestrials and the Alliance is openly telling us that it's going to include pyramids and obelisks on Mars, tall people. Part of the vision is they migrated to the Earth. There's the descendants of the DS. People with elongated skulls, 300 plus IQ, and they ruled over the Earth, and they kept losing and then getting blown up and then coming back again and getting blown up and coming back again. So they got blown up 50,000 years ago, they got blown up 25,000 years ago, and they got blown up again 12,500 years ago. And now the group that thinks that they're in control in the Earth right now, the DS, traces their lineage back to this interstellar migration, believe it or not. Or it's not interstellar, it's interplanetary. So every action occurring in your daily travels is of massive importance. This is really an encouragement to all of us to just be good people, stay calm, and have positive thoughts. These events are being watched by a throng of spectators. This is the Armada of Light that would astound you, could you see them. We need to keep reminding you that the angels and heavenly hosts surround you, and they are available for your calling. Amazing. And we're going to get to meet them in 2025. Unbelievable. When you feel so alone and powerless, and you describe such power and force to these lost souls you have referred to as satanic, what you are doing is denying the Armada of Light that surrounds you, hence the title of the show. Do not ascribe great power and force to satanic souls, because the Armada of Light showed up in World War I in Portugal, they showed up in World War II here in America, in Los Angeles, and they're going to show up again in 2025, just like we were told in Roswell, in the Great Pyramid from St. Germain, and the Michael Prophecies. I really believe this is going to happen, folks, or else I wouldn't be here. It sounds crazy. You might not want to believe it. That's okay. But this is very interesting. We have chosen you, or rather you have chosen us to be a vehicle of light in a pocket of darkness. And I highlighted that because we are seeing vehicles of light, the drones right now. They knew we were going to be reading this while drones are in the sky. We've had drone prophecies every week going for at least 3 or 4 weeks now. Frickin' amazing. Time loop. The vehicle of light is partly a reference to the drones. You are indeed fulfilling obligations that were part of your choice for coming into this planetary sphere upon incarnation. Just like the souls, the network selectees, wanderer souls were born to be ready for this transition that starts in 2000 and climaxes in 2025. From Roswell's own EB, that's what he said. See then that the various experiences you have had, the various trainings you have underwent, and the situations that you brought to yourself have all been designed as a catalyst for you to eventually take aim against this insidious menace that now plagues those less fortunate in your society. So part of this, again, prophetically is you would take aim at the drone if you were going to shoot it down. It is seen as an insidious menace, so that's a reference to shooting them down. But the DS is also responsible for plagues. I've had norovirus. I've had COVID. I was really nauseated and vomitous just a couple days ago, so it's kind of amazing that I'm doing this show at all. So take aim against the insidious menace that's creating these plagues. I love it. We understand that you have felt overwhelmed by this responsibility, and yeah, for me personally, absolutely. All the stuff going on right now is overwhelming. And yet we would again remind you this is the end game of all time as you now know it. Whatever it is that the soul came to this planet to do, it is reaching its final stages at this point, as there is a time of social decay and collapse now very soon in the offing. And what do I think that means? I mean, look, even if they don't do the drone thing, they're still going to probably try to collapse the economy. They're still probably going to try to create riots, disruption. I think there's definitely going to be more pain. And it's not just like he just walks in on January 20th and starts doing all this stuff and nobody tries to stop it. So we're probably going to see some wonky stuff. But they say as this collapse occurs, so too will there be ascensions as a result. 2025, the coming back of the galactic brotherhood and sisterhood. Therefore, the two work hand in hand. It is unnecessary and pointless for you to fear the collapse part of the cycle, as the ascension aspect is much more fruitful. And then, as I said, for time reasons, we're going to continue this next week from where we left off. So that's where we were. And now, again, it's giving us a picture-perfect window that there's going to be ascensions. We're heading into 2025. Now we're going to resume where we left off. Understand, then, that as you have the strength to go through these activities, to stand up for the light of truth, to accept the awesome power that will be behind you when you do this, you are completing your own mission and, in a sense, your self-chosen obligation to the inhabitants of this planetary sphere. So when you stand up for truth, when you actually fight for real truth, that the truth is the power of God. They make that point. And so when you actually stand up for real truth, you have this awesome power that is behind you. And so they're encouraging me to have the strength to stand up. It has been difficult. I've had lots of, unpleasant emotions. It's been, being sick really kind of focalized my gosh, isn't that double jeopardy? We'll get into that in a minute. Anyway. And they're talking to me and to everybody else right now. It may seem to you that you would say, Father, let this cup pass from me, and that you would not wish to partake in said mission. However, understand that with your continued courage and bravery, there is indeed an opportunity for you to be present in higher realms with a much more advanced level of vibration than you would have had otherwise. So again, having the bravery to stand up for the truth brings you into a much higher level of ascension that will pay off in practical terms. The braver you are in getting out there and fighting for truth, the more you're going to ascend and the more magic powers, superhero ability you're going to have when this event takes place. It's incredible. So see that you are indeed unfurling the pages of the book. This is like the Akashic Record. And it's talking about the Michael Prophecies, because we're in book 8 now. And you are coming up with a conclusion that will tie everything together so wonderfully and beautifully as to be the summation of your light and love and its entrance into physicality. Isn't that just beautiful? You are unfurling the pages of the book, tying everything together so beautifully to summarize your light and love. I guess they're talking to me in part, and I'm really excited to see how this thing's going to turn out, because I believe they're coming back. This is not something I did. You can't say that I created this and that I faked all this stuff. It's impossible to fake these time loops. So if the time loops are real, then why would they lie and then, oh, well, we're not really coming back. Yeah, we said it in Roswell. Yeah, we said it in the pyramid. Yeah, St. Germain said it. Yeah, we said it in Michael Prophecies. But nah, we changed our mind. We're not really coming back. No. They keep telling us this is real. We are coming back. You got to get ready for it. It's going to become a part of your life. And if you prepare yourself for it, you can handle it much better. Every thought, every word, every action matters more than anything. And can you find the love in this moment? No matter how upsetting the moment is for you. Oh, we had a $100 donation. I can see that out of the corner of my eye. I encourage everyone. He's Kenneth Bates, $100. I encourage everyone to purchase the Michael Prophecies. All the references that you need. Thank you, David. Yes, so he's right. As I'm talking about this stuff, everything that I'm talking about is you can get all the references for it in the books. People are really excited here. Oh, somebody said there are many shifts occurring right now. Be open to new energies. And then Darth Millennial says Jimmy Carter just passed away. Carlo Johnson, R.I.P. President Carter. Francis DeGrazia, they just announced Jimmy Carter died. R.I.P. Jimmy Carter. What happened to Jimmy? He passed. Wow. Okay. So that's a very interesting timing because I really liked Carter. You know, I was kind of sad when he lost to Reagan. I mean, I liked Reagan too, but I actually just liked his personality. And he was, you know, all into the environment, and he put solar panels on the White House roof. So rest in peace, Jimmy Carter. The timing of him passing in the middle of this show is very weird. As we're talking about Ascension, as we're talking about the Alliance, presidents, etc. So wow. Yeah, he was very old. He looked very, very old. He's lying there in his bed, but you know, now he's not suffering anymore, and he's found peace. So very, very interesting. Somebody said dog comms. I don't know if there were dog comms recently, but that might have been a sign. Yeah, so he's a true humanitarian. String Jean says, I played at Carter's daughter's 16th birthday party. Cool. Karen Steele says he was a true humanitarian. Francis DeGrazia says he was 100 years old. Lisa Sunny Days, oh no, I loved him. He was one of the more innocent presidents we suffered. I would absolutely agree. Goddess Guru Melina says, way weird. Yeah, it is weird. And 100, if he was 100, that's like a cyclical number. And we talk about cycles all the time. The 2025 is a cycle as well. It's the end of the 25,000-year cycle. So yeah, it's very, very interesting that he would die right now. It would be announced right now in the middle of the show as they're saying that we're going to have a conclusion that will tie everything together to summarize your light and love and its entrance into physicality. It was right as I was reading that he exited physicality. So it's a time loop. He actually exited physicality, and right now we got no wind. It's totally peaceful outside. I love it. I'm going to get ready for my pee break pretty soon, but I wanted to get through all of this month's reading first before we do that. And then if you guys are, there's always about 500 people awake in Europe and they need to crash. I get that. If you got to go to sleep, come back tomorrow. We're right now at 6,000. We'll probably drop down to 5,500 by the time I come back. That's okay. It is not our purpose to hand you the tablets of the Ten Commandments or to point the finger of God and command you what to do, what is right and what is wrong. And remember, the Law of One did say that they had been working with Moses, that the positive ETs, the Elohim, known as Yahweh, had been working with Moses, but then a negative entity interfered with that work, took on the name Yahweh, but it really wasn't. And that's the angry God of the Old Testament that said you got to sacrifice your firstborn. I'm a jealous God. I'm an angry God. I want human sacrifice. Literally. I mean, and animal sacrifice. So, yeah, the Ten Commandments are talked about in the Law of One and in the Michael Prophecies. If it says thou shalt not, it's interfering with your free will. What it should say is, if you do this, this will happen. If you hurt other people, you will be hurt. If you commit infidelity, somebody will cheat on you. If you steal from somebody, somebody will steal from you. Go ahead and do it. We don't really care because you get the choice to decide what you want. But if you do this, bad things are going to happen to you until you learn your lesson to be nice. That would have been the ideal way to do the Ten Commandments. But if it says, thou shalt not do this, the Law of One explains that it actually makes you want it more because it's forbidden. And we long for things that we're not allowed to have. It makes it more special. If you can't do these things, oh, well, F you, I'm going to do it anyway. No, what they should say is, if you do this, this is going to happen, dude, no matter what. So now they're saying that again. We will not command you about what is right and what is wrong. We do suggest that whomever you choose, and remember, she was fighting a legal battle, try to get her boyfriend out of prison against people she thought were satanic. This is Nancy at the time in 99. We do suggest that whomever you choose for legal counsel be advised of exactly what you are planning on doing and of the fact that speaking to the media is contingent and is a part of your contract. You may also seek to have this actually in writing and signed from the lawyer, him or herself. If you are not able to secure such a commitment, it is clear that you need to find someone who does. And so sure enough, they gave us this really screamingly fast deadline. We want everything by January 6th. You got to surrender all your electronics. We're going to go mining for data that we're going to use to implicate you in criminal behavior that we've delineated. Yeah, that sounds great. I'd love it for you to go through all my stuff and try to find things that are going to incriminate me. So this is very, very interesting because I got hit with this subpoena. It's an inch thick. I just showed it to you. And so let's go back through this from the perspective of, is this time looped into my present? Well, yes, I had to choose. I have two lawyers I had to choose from, one of whom is Armenian, and he's the one that had experience with this before, so I have to go with the guy who already knows the case. So they're mentioning that I have to choose somebody for legal counsel. I did advise him of what's going on, and going all the way back to the first agreement, speaking to the media was very, very important in this whole situation. I can't get more specific. And I need him to create something in writing that says, no, we're not going to participate because we're already indemnified. We already have a settlement agreement. We already have confidentiality. And we were indemnified. We don't have to participate in anything more like this again. So this is very, very fascinating to me. It brought me to tears. I couldn't believe it when I saw this. I was like, oh my God, they're really talking to me in the present. And you can't have double jeopardy. It says the subjecting of a person to a second trial or punishment for the same offense to which the person has already been tried or punished. And believe me, all those things already happened. I did do the punishment. So it's the Fifth Amendment of our Constitution that prohibits anyone from being prosecuted twice for substantially the same crime. So it should be very easy to get rid of this because it's absolutely an example of double jeopardy. I'm already indemnified, and here's the time loop from 99 talking about which lawyer I should get. And speaking to the media is an important part of my contract. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing what's going on here. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. I just can't say it. There is no real right or wrong answer, save for the fact that you want to make sure the person, the lawyer, is willing to participate with you. We suggest that you trust your own intuitive guidance and see who and what will do the best good for you based upon the current situation as it now stands. And yes, I do have to choose between two attorneys, and the problem is they want it done fast before he's ready to work. But once he works, it's like, yeah, we're indemnified. You can't do this. But, oh, well, no, you got to come in right now. Like, no. I doubt we're going to have to do anything. I really do. Many things are possible when you take up the reins and allow yourself to move forward with bravery and without suspicion of disaster. So that's talking about me right now. They wanted me to talk about these words. It's like, okay, you guys predicted this thing that I shouldn't even really be talking about right now. It's going on in my life. But then I also said I first unsealed this 2 days after Christmas. Take up the reins could be a time-encoded reference to Santa Claus and his flying sleigh. And it could also refer to the ongoing drone crisis, because if you took up the reins of the drone, then you control the drone, and it stops the suspicion of disaster, because now you're going to prevent those disasters. You have indeed reached a point where it is vitally necessary for you to continue what you are doing. There is really no other option. Therefore, see this not as something to grumble or mumble about, but rather as an opportunity for you to make enormous strides in personal progress. So they always love to say, when you're going through something really bad, oh, it's an opportunity, and you're going to grow so much, you're going to love it. Well, I definitely want to continue what I'm doing, and this is not going to throw me off. I'm not even the one being directly attacked, but I'm being asked to give information that allows them to attack someone. So it's pretty freaking crazy, you guys. So I'm blown away that this showed up. These strides, when viewed in higher realms, could be likened to thousands or even tens of thousands of years of progress that you would normally have in third density, in, for example, the fifth dimensional sphere of vibration. So what they're saying is that the amount of spiritual growth I'm getting from going through this is massive. I'll take it. Thank you. We do understand the difficulties involved, yet we do remind you that your soul was brought to this planet to help usher in a new age. This age is a situation that does not tolerate anything less than the highest light and the highest love. You are a part of the force on Earth that is helping to ensure that love is enforced on this planet. And they're definitely talking to me, and I hope that you're part of this too. And I think you probably are. You wouldn't be watching the show. Just talking to people about what you know is part of being the transformation. And indeed, the workings of social change have you as one of their gears. Remember, the forces that surround you are awesome in their ability to help and support you. And they already call it the Armada of Light. You need to focus on that and remember that your own positive attitude is what energizes the forces around you to help you to the highest degree and allows them to be the most effective. So this is very important. If you don't have a positive attitude, if you're sad all the time, if you're depressed all the time, if you're angry all the time, if you're irritated, if you're finding flaws in other people, if you're complaining, if you expect other people to do more to help you because you're so upset all the time, you're not getting help from the universe. It's your positive attitude, how positively you think and act, the thoughts that you have. This is how they can help you to the highest degree as they surround you with the Armada of Light. Remember, what you are doing now is the final statement, in a sense, of your purpose of incarnation. And they're talking to me and to you. You are then fighting the battle that represents so much more than just one corrupt legal system. In your own way, you represent the common people standing up against figures of authority who have sought to oppress them and intermingle with them to try to bring them down. Isn't that exactly what we're seeing? The DS try to infest everything, and they want you to think that you should believe the way they do, that you should support their perspective. It turns out that's really not a good idea. And here I am fighting my own legal battle in the middle of all this going on. Actually, 3 of them. There's 3 of them right now. For this, we congratulate you, and we remind you that the hero's welcome you will receive upon your own entrance into these higher realms will be unsurpassed by anything you could have ever imagined. So in last week's show, one of the posts that they linked back to mentions this very hero's welcome. It's post number 69, and we just saw this last week. Godspeed to those who will be put in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth. We will never forget. All of you share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. And then Michael just said the hero's welcome that you're going to get for doing all this work is unsurpassed by anything you can imagine. So I think this is another example of the Alliance setting me up like they did with the Pyramids and Mars thing, so that you guys who are watching can see, yeah, you know what? The Alliance does support Michael Prophecies. They would love to have the UFO mass visitation, the mass return, second coming of Christ, angelic ETs returning to humanity, and they're going to do their part to make sure we get there. Is there going to be mass arrests before the 20th? Maybe not. I don't know. I have no idea how this is going to turn out. But it's all referenced in these prophetic materials. It's so incredible. We surround you with light every moment of every day. This is not going to change. You need only realize it and accept it to harness its usage. Isn't that wonderful? Okay, so then I wrote of the lost planet Maldek last night and how it blew up. And this again had the satellite Mars. Before it blew up, Mars was an Earth-like world that orbited it. It would be a really cool thing to see sitting there at a cafe looking up into the sky and seeing an Earth-like moon. That's what they had. And it blew up 500,000 years ago, destroying Mars and creating the asteroid belt. Some people crash-landed on Earth, and it was still a weird, tropical, dangerous jungle. Then I had this dream this morning, which was definitely very interesting in its implications. I ended up going to a movie with my friends, including those who had participated in my original saucer injury. And if you don't remember that, when I was in fifth grade, some friends of mine sent me down Monkey Hill, and I dropped 30 to 50 feet through the air, landed on my right leg and hip. And then during COVID, I couldn't bend over anymore. I got such bad arthritis, I couldn't even bend more than halfway down. And I've now been getting very intense therapeutic massage, and the whole thing is nearly fixed. In fact, since we had to work yesterday, I had her not do the cupping on my back. That way I'm in a lot less pain today than I would have been if I'd had all those scars on my back right now from the cupping, which creates these bright red bruises on your back. But it really does help a lot to get these injuries out. So, we were going to see Star Wars Episode 1 in the movie theater with these friends who actually were part of the original injury I suffered from that I'm now healing. The movie itself seamlessly worked me into the plot. I was definitely a part of the movie. The other characters I was aware of were Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. So this is another weird thing. I mean, I think the trolling is probably going to be too negative if I were to go into it. So Hollywood keeps characterizing me usually as villain characters in different movies. But there's got to be 10 of them by now that I've seen. And it's just amazing how it keeps happening over and over again. Again, the most recent one that just had the series finale is on the streaming platform Max. It's called Dune Prophecy. It's pretty hardcore. I mean, in the first episode, a child gets killed right after he married an adult, and he's like an 8-year-old boy. It's wild stuff. But there's this character in the show who is their villain, but I think it's supposed to be me. He's got the wild hair. He's actually Australian. I use the Australian accent, and I think that they're portraying him and me as being the same person. That's how they see me, which is a very strange thing because he is the villain. But anyway, it's weird. And also, every time he kills somebody psychically with his mind, he gets these bruises on his back, which is like the cut marks that I've been having. So I think they are legitimately very freaked out. The negative is very freaked out about Michael and what Michael is doing and the fact that he's using me to do it. And so I keep getting fetishized as a villain in many, many, many different movies. I'm not going to go through it right now, but this is definitely prophetic of the fact that this keeps on happening, where a character representing me was worked into, in this case, Star Wars, along with Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. And this, again, is on Maldek. Apparently, there were some very interesting things that happened, really wild stuff. I know there was obviously a good level of technology and development that had occurred. I think there were floating space platforms. Woo! Yeah, baby, this entire dream is worked around a drone prophecy, floating space platforms. Right? So there you go. The main gist of what seemed to have happened in that part of the movie I saw, that Han Solo and Luke Skywalker both wanted to go to a cafe and spend time there. Before this, Luke Skywalker had telekinetic ability, and he was far more grandiose than just levitating his lightsaber into his hand. It was much bigger in terms of what he was able to do. Some of us apparently will get instant superhero activation after the first wave in 2025. I'm supposedly going to be one of them. They've promised me that I'll have incredible abilities. It will be really cool to get to that point if that's what happens, and I believe this is true. So again, it's like everything's a cosmic waiting room right now. We're waiting for the big event, and we're only 3 weeks away. I can't believe it's been this peaceful. Honestly, nothing else has happened. So he's got grandiose telekinetic abilities, prophetic that that's going to happen to us as we move through this event, some of us. It seemed to me, in order for them to get whatever they wanted to go to the... It seemed to me that in order for them to get to wherever they wanted to go for this thing, to get to this cafe, they had to take an interesting method of travel to get there, as though they were in a floating space platform and they had to get to the surface. And again, this is a drone prophecy. But it also shows that this world had some type of space travel before it was destroyed. I was with them too. After the space travel, we got into something like an elevator, but it was rounded off, and it was kind of grenade-shaped like an inverted grenade. We got inside this thing. Either Han, Luke, or both of them were saying how much they hated this part. The elevator started dropping at tremendous rates of acceleration. Okay, so I think this again is a drone prophecy, because notice that the drone is like a grenade. Now, we're expecting that these drones might be able to blow things up. We haven't seen that part yet. And they elevate up and down in the sky, and here we have an elevator that goes up and down. So the grenade-shaped elevator, I think, is another drone prophecy from this weird dream in 1999. And also, the tremendous dropping of an elevator that's round is what people report they have happen to them when they go to underground bases. If they're taken in an elevator, it's round. And Henry Deacon's one of the people that talked about this. Uncle Jack talked about this. You can actually jump up and levitate in the air while the elevator is dropping. You get this horrible feeling in the pit of your stomach. And then now they're going to go down into this weird cantina scene like you get in Star Wars. You could totally feel the twist in your stomach as it dropped so fast. It was pretty scary. The drones are scary. That's the time loop there. It almost seemed like it was in sustained free fall. It did slow down to a smooth stop when we needed to get off the elevator. Now we came into this thing like the cantina scene in Star Wars. But there weren't so many aliens as you see in that, but it's the same kind of idea. I remember that people were dressed differently than what you would normally expect. The whole thing didn't look the same in many ways. All of the walls and everything were more of a gray tone. The windows were not square like usual. They had trapezoidal geometric shapes going up and down. That's part of what made it look so weird and alien, actually. So this is definitely another planet. I was seeing this same Mars civilization that had the pyramids, the obelisks, all that stuff. The tables were round, I believe. Many of the people were wearing dark pieces of fabric that wrapped around themselves, similar to someone protecting themselves with a shawl from desert winds. It was very simple in terms of their clothing. Anyway, for some reason, I had the desire to eat a meat dish. Uh-oh, they're going to get really mad about this because apparently they're vegetarian or something. I wanted to eat meat when I got to this place. This gets me in a lot of trouble. There was an African guy next to me, but he wasn't quite African. He looked sort of African because, again, these people were not on Earth, so he looked a little bit different. He was showing me the menu. All of the language was very strange, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. The menu was on a small pad of paper, small enough to hold it in one hand. You could grip the edges and flip through it like a book. And that was how you ordered food. He was trying to explain a couple things on the menu to me. One of them was a dish I could actually visualize because it had carrots that were mixed with some kind of sweet sauce. Nothing that he said sounded very good to me. It was almost like I was the actor in the movie. My actions were almost following a script more than anything I had control over. So carrots, okay. As I was unsealing this, I hadn't gone shopping yet because I've been working so hard. I had been vomitously ill, hadn't had time to go grocery shopping, terrified of catching another virus because there's 4 of them right now. I had 1 carrot left, and this, I saved it. I said, I gotta get this carrot involved. So this is the 1 carrot that was left in the fridge. All I had was this and a little bit of broccoli. So I didn't even really have enough vegetables to make dinner. I was annoyed about this. I ended up not using the carrot because it's kind of rotten on the back here. It's ooky and gross. But anyway, I had 1 carrot left. It's been hanging out in my refrigerator for God knows how long. And then carrot is specifically mentioned in the time loop. So I love that kind of stuff. Because you know what? This is real. I mean, the time loops are a real thing. And so they're mentioning carrots as I was thinking about, well, all I have to eat is like a carrot for dinner and some broccoli. And then I have a meat dish I can make, which was, in this case, I roasted duck for Christmas. So that was very interesting. The carrot was a time loop, big time, because I only had 1 carrot, no other vegetables except for a little bit of broccoli. And then the next thing that happened was a woman came up as our waitress. She was good looking with short black hair. She had a top that had the color and look of burlap, but it was clinging to her body well. It wasn't just loose, and she had an amazing figure. So this again is evocative of the people of Mars wearing this funny clothing. They said that it was silk-like in McMonagle's vision, but I'm sure many of them were wearing this type of burlap type of look as well. I said when she came up to the table I wanted to have some kind of a meat dish. When I said that, everybody went quiet. They were all angry at me. She actually moved backwards when I said that. The implication was that I was in a poor area where nobody could get meat because there was no animals. They had environmental problems. So apparently if you ask for meat, it's a huge insult. The very act of asking for meat was a huge insult to them. Maybe they were vegetarians. She definitely treated me badly for saying I wanted meat. And so I put in the time loop here that this is prophetic of the social engineering that they've been doing, including the promotion of vegan dieting, which, as it now turns out, more and more we're learning, yes, you get an initial boost, but it's very unhealthy if you keep doing it. Environmental degradation is the most common excuse we are given for why people say, oh, you can't eat meat. You're going to hurt the environment. Okay, so this is interesting. The vegetarian survival culture on this planet before it exploded. They were already having environmental trouble. So she's all sassy to me about eating meat. She gasps. Everybody's mad. For some stupid reason, I stood up and shot water out of my glass onto her. And that's hilarious because I literally just took a drink of water and I spilled some on my leg. That's another funny time loop thing, I guess. I don't remember, this part of the dream, but then I spilled it just the right time. Because, I put these slides together fast, so I don't really remember most of this stuff, but I just know that it's going to be a great show. I got her on the side. It wasn't like I drenched her just enough to annoy her, and it wasn't a lot of water. I wouldn't, this is a very stupid idea. She's going to come back with some kind of attack on me. She turned her head back and walked into the kitchen, ignoring me. And this is, I believe, a prophecy of the insultingly massive loss that they suffered, where it has thrown cold water on their aspirations. The analogy of throwing water on somebody is like you suddenly get embarrassed. You're like, oh my God, what happened? Well, that's how it went down for them. All these people at the table started to say that I was really foolish. Now I'd gotten her all pissed off. She's going to do something to get back at me. She would get me a meat dish, but it would not be something I ordered. It was going to be something really disgusting. And so again, I say this is a prophetic of the drone attack. It's like, we're so mad that you threw water on us in November that now we got to fight back and we're going to use these drones to do it. We're annoyed. We're going to do something to get back at you. And if it starts blowing people up, then yeah, it would be really gross. We were still waiting for our food. She finally came back. By this point, I was repentant, feeling sorry for what I had done. She got near to me. Everyone said I should be careful because if she got near to me, she was going to try to do something. When she got near to me, I tried to make a truce. I apologized for throwing the water on her, apologized for violating their customs, asking for meat. I had no idea it was something they didn't have. She responded by saying that in order to get back at me, she was trying to find an animal head, chop it off, and then serve me the giant head on a platter. Well, this is right out of The Godfather and the Alliance communications week after week. They keep mentioning Godfather 3, and we have more of those this week. So right out of The Godfather, and then the Alliance in modern times is referencing The Godfather. The severed animal head was part of the mafia threat that this guy's horse had its head chopped off and it was left in his bed. When she said animal head, I immediately got the vision of some kind of animal no one would ever want to eat. It had a weird head that looked sort of like a camel and maybe something like a hippo. The skin was smoother than the hippo. It had a smaller head. The face had a tapered shape, almost sort of camel-like in the way that it was sized and shaped. I laughed when I realized that she was going to do that. So this was another one of these weird time loops because I got obsessed with the giant rat. I was looking up the giant beaver rat. It's called the beaver rat because its face looks like a beaver, actually, but it has a tail not like a beaver, but like a rat. And this is a rodent, and it's called Nutria. So I was looking this up on December 26th. We have Natalie Arama says, I'm much enjoying your show. Thank you for all the research work you share and pointing me towards the law of one. Some people are already starting to drop off and have to go to sleep. But, we're going to keep going just another minute or two, and then I'm going to take my break. Anyway, thank you for the donation. So I was looking up this giant beaver rat, and the reason why This was on December 26th. I was already sick, and I spent a whole day researching this creature because this was my father's greatest terror in Vietnam. He had walked into the mess hall. He was the guy that did the paper, so he had to print out the daily paper that he had written for everybody to read. He compiled it from AP press wire releases. He was at the largest base in Vietnam, Long Binh, during Woodstock. He was there for 4.5 months. And one day he went into the mess hall to drop off their newspaper, and out comes running this rat. And the rat was bigger than a dog, or bigger than a small dog, bigger than a cat, bigger than the small dog, a very large rat. And he got so freaked out, he said it was like the most traumatic thing that happened to him in Vietnam, actually, overall. So you can see here from the picture, if you just looked at the body and the head, it looks exactly like a beaver. It doesn't really look like a regular rat. They have bigger eyes and a skinnier face. This is different. And its face kind of looks a little tapered like a camel. So here it is again, sleeping on a branch above the water with its rat-like tail. And it's got swimmy feet like a beaver does. So not really the same as a rat at all. But it's very unfortunate that it has a rat-like tail. And so here you can actually see again, the face is more like that of a beaver. And they're often hunted because they're considered a very nasty, invasive species. And I was laughing as I was researching this because, first of all, the giant rat has now appeared in San Francisco. They're having Nutrias appear in San Francisco, and they will destroy. They'll rip up, land, and they'll rip up vegetables and create lots and lots of destruction. So they're normally considered a very invasive creature. It's a disgusting creature, and people want to shoot them, and my dad certainly was afraid of it. But when I was reading about Nutria, they're saying, the meat is actually very low in microbials. It's actually very clean meat, and so it tastes like somewhere between chicken and pork. So I'm like, okay, well, this is really, really funny because it is literally like a giant rat. And given what the DS keeps wanting to do, once I talk about this, they're probably going to promote Nutria and say, yeah, we want to get everybody eating these giant rat burgers because they grow really fast and the meat is apparently good for you. But I don't know. Let's ask the question to the audience. Are you willing to eat a giant rat burger? Like if I made one of these rat burgers, Dave Naheim says they are also delicious. Salty Pug says nope. AK Girl says man, bear, pig. Half of you can't give a thumbs up. Come on, give our pal some love. Wow, it sounds like your dad saw a lot of action in Vietnam. And everybody's saying nope, nope, nope. Mystic Q says yummy. Kimberly Smith says no way, hell no. Chupacabra, if I'm starving maybe, says Wendy D. Trillionaire says nope. Joyce Eddy says yeah. Do you see any cows down there? If it's a good rat burger, Demolition Man. Geez, that thing is huge. In San Francisco, they're going to have flashbacks. It could be a river rat you're talking about, David. Yeah. Anyway, nobody wants to eat the rat burger. I don't blame you. It sounds really gross. But thank you guys for participating. So, this is the kind of thing that they would probably say, like, let's get everybody eating the giant rat burger. We'll have giant rat steak. We'll have giant rat stew. We'll have rat soup. We'll have rat lasagna. Rat pizza. What could go wrong? It's rat meat. Come on, everybody. It's like the cleanest. It tastes so darn good. No, dude. I'm not interested in any rat meat at all. But in the dream, right after I just looked this up, she was going to be serving me the head of a giant rat-like creature. When she said animal head, I immediately got the vision of some kind of animal that no one would want to eat. So this really tripped me out because I spent a whole day researching the giant rat just for my own interest. I didn't think I was going to talk about it. And then all of a sudden, here she is serving me this weird severed animal head of a creature whose face tapered like a camel, which theirs does. I mean, they have hair, and the creature in my dream didn't. But it's very interesting. It had a weird head, combination of a camel and something like a hippo, but it had smooth skin, and it had a tapered camel type of shape to the head, which they do, as we just showed you. And again, this is the Godfather, which is in the Alliance Post now. As we were sitting there talking, all of a sudden I was back in the movie theater. There was a flash of white light on the movie screen. Remember, this is supposed to be Star Wars. Everyone wondered what the hell happened. It didn't seem like the movie had ended. It wasn't any good point you could have stopped at. But there was a flash of white light and the movie just suddenly stopped. As you're about to see, this planet that I was visiting was Maldek. They did have this weird creature, apparently on the planet, sort of like the giant beaver rat. And, she was going to serve me this because I had insulted them because they had no other form of meat available. If there's no other meat available except for a Nutria burger, hell, I'll take the Nutria burger. What the hell, I'm starving. I don't know. None of you guys want to deal with rat meat, though, so I can't blame you. It's really, really freaking gross. Anyway, the flash of white light would be the destruction of the planet. They all just suddenly died. Nobody knew what happened. All of a sudden, their civilization was just wiped out. I now know from putting two and two together as I wake up that I was seeing the explosion of Maldek. This was their civilization. And the movie theater, everyone was surprised. They wondered what the hell happened. The lights came on. It's like, whoa, what was that? We were discussing with some other people that George Lucas had to make sure the earlier movie was even better than the later ones in terms of content, that kind of thing, as otherwise it would not be able to match up to them. Now, we hear that Maldek did have Death Stars. They had moons that had rays in them that could kill planets. Star Wars apparently was based on early stage authentic disclosure of our own cosmic history. So when you watch Star Wars, it says a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Well, it was a long time ago, but it wasn't a galaxy far away. It's our own cosmic history. We did have beings that looked like C-3PO. They did have droids. There was a positive confederation of angelic beings like Archangel Michael. The Sword of Light that Luke Skywalker has is Michael's Sword of Light. The Jedi represent the Confederation. There was already people channeling about that in the 1950s. It's very likely that George Lucas borrowed from that as an inspiration because those meetings were happening in California where he was living. So Star Wars is derivative of channeled material that actually was true. The empire that Darth Vader is leading has these ships, and there's this one that looks like a big wedge, and that's actually the way that the Draco ships look, except that the part on top is a little bit different. But otherwise, that Darth Vader's big, massive star cruiser is the Draco star cruiser. They leaked that information. That is true. There is a planet that blows up in the original Star Wars, and Obi-Wan says it's like all these souls dying. That was Maldek. And so they're actually giving us our own cosmic history. Star Wars happened here 500,000 years ago. It's really, really interesting. So Star Wars is ultimately the story of Maldek and that civilization from that time. And here we are in the slides in which, again, we heard from insiders that there are moons in this solar system that have weaponry in them. Our own moon is one of them, but it's broken down. And another one is the moon Iapetus, which I believe is from Jupiter. It's either Saturn or Jupiter. Iapetus is another one. There's definitely more than one of these in our solar system. Weapons-grade moons with a build-out on the inside, built probably by the AI, and it can take a shot and it can create massive damage. And apparently a similar weapon was used against that planet and caused it to blow up. So this is very fascinating that I got this prophetic vision, and now here's the Alliance the same week talking about Mars. We were all discussing this movie. There were 2 books related to the movie as well. One of them looked like the cover of Mayan Prophecies, which is about 2012 and the solar flash and ascension. So now all these people are here on Earth, and we're going to ascend. One of the books was flatter and wider. The other was more like a regular paperback, fatter, with narrower dimensions. Everyone in the theater was dumbfounded. They could not understand why the movie ended. It just didn't make any sense. And I said, I assure you, George Lucas was probably already having future movies in mind when he wrote this one. I am sure everything is going to continue, and it will all make sense when it does. So now the people whose planet blew up, they're here. And that's apparently, Law of One says it's like half of everybody was from Maldek. So they're here now, and the reading is going to talk about this, by the way. There's a reading coming up after this dream. And everything is going to continue. It will all make sense. So again, Star Wars is our own local cosmic history. It is not far away. George Lucas probably has the movies already written right now. And again, this is talking about our ascension. I think that's a prophecy. They seem to agree with me. This was very interesting. I feel quite fortunate I was allowed to see some of Maldek and get a feel for what happened there. It makes a lot of sense. This dream in context makes a lot of sense to me. And so then we have this reading that they give us after this comes through. And it says, you have now ventured into those areas where your natural response is to disregard the truth as being such, and instead instill a feeling of laughter and ridicule in these cases. Bear in mind that we are dealing here with your own interplanetary history, your own past. And it was about Star Wars, right? Star Wars and Maldek. I hadn't even been briefed on the fact that Star Wars was the history of Maldek yet. They knew it. Nearly half of all your people on this planet have originated from Maldek. This number continues to grow as every soul is now given an opportunity to reincarnate prior to the end of the cycle of harvest, as they call it, from the book of Matthew. Before this were possible, many souls did indeed spend a great deal of subjective time in higher realms, unable to rectify their karma, so to speak. The Law of One says they were in an extended scream. They just kept screaming in the astral plane. They couldn't reincarnate, and they had to go in and fix. The ETs had to go in and rescue everybody and get them to incarnate on Earth. It was for this reason that the entrance to the earthen sphere as Neanderthals was first undertaken. Because remember, these people reincarnated in inappropriate bodies that weren't smart enough. And that was their karmic alleviation. They did not have the intelligence that they should. And they had to suffer that way. What you are now seeing is a bit of history, a hypothetical situation based on real characters and events, and also the types of things that might occur in those situations. We are now moving towards the conclusion of your cycle at a rapid pace. And remember, the dream had the Mayan prophecies in it, the Mayan calendar end date. Therefore, the deepest layers of the onion are to be exposed. And now we have a satirical publication called The Onion. Maybe they're alluding to that as well. I don't know. It's funny. Because The Onion just tried to buy Alex's website. Remember that? Obviously, this goes far beyond the simple notion of whether or not there was an Atlantis. Indeed, there is much more history waiting to be unraveled within your local neck of the woods, and we will do our part necessary to help you bring these truths to the forefront. Thank you. And then there's another dream here that we're gonna get into, but actually, before we get into that, I wanted to end. I'm gonna take my break, and ooh, that's weird. No, I just saw my face in the. It's a funny thing that just happened with the reflection. It looked like there was a time delay, but there really wasn't. That was creepy. All right, you guys. So I am going to take my break now. Your push-up count is still higher than your midichlorian count, Chad, says Bodhi Gaia. I try to eat more vegetables and fruits and bless my food. Sometimes I eat small amounts of meat. Hopefully someday I won't need to, says Marilyn Jacobson. Look, I eat meat. I don't have a problem with it, but in the dream, they were in a meatless society, and the only thing they had was like the severed head of this weird rat creature that she was going to put on my plate. So it's very weird how I've been researching the giant rat and talking to my dad about his experience with it in Vietnam. He did get lucky. He never had to fight on the front lines. He was always inside the base headquarters doing his newspaper work. So he got lucky that way. But anyway, I'm going to take my break now. We'll be back in just a little while. We already lost some of our people to the attrition of them falling asleep. But what we're going to do, again, is I'm going to have for you the videos of the sunset, because the sunset really was quite exceptional. And so we're going to bring that back again because I just think that it's worth it, So let's see what we got here. Right, so here we go with the wild sunset. Let me try not to hit that. Okay, so we have a protocol of how I like to do this. And the protocol is I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm going to take it off. I'm going to put it back on the laptop here. Someday I'm going to figure out how to get the laptop to play in without the microphone. But right now, I need to take the microphone off. So we will be back in just the time that it takes for you to watch these wild sunsets. Whoops. Just the time that it takes for you to watch these wild sunsets. I got to move quick. But this was a beautiful phenomenon, again, that occurred while I was in the middle of unsealing this incredible material that you're reading. Everything outside was pink. It tripped me out. I ran outside. I filmed it. And there's 3 films of this. We're going to run the first one while I run off to the bathroom. And I will be back here again momentarily, but now you have some entertainment along the way. So here we go. Okay, so now the microphone is unmuted, and now I am, I can cut back to myself. You can still hear me a little bit, but it's going to get quiet. Now I'm going to run off to the bathroom, take my break, and play you this stunning sunset video. So here we go. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Promise. Here we go. Something very, very, very cool is happening outside right now. I don't even have a jacket on, but this is wild, dude. Check this out. It's so incredibly beautiful. You guys said you wanted Angry Daddy. I don't know why the hell he's bringing me out here in this goddamn cold just to look at the sky. I mean, come on, David. Why don't you get with the program, son? Nah, Daddy, we don't really want to hear from you, buddy, because this is... Yeah, the wind blew off my top on my hot tub. That kind of stuff happens. But look at these cloud formations, dude. This is just exquisite. There was such a weird color outside, and I'm like, okay. That's pretty janky in there, huh? Oh, it's all frozen. That's a nice block of ice. A little bit of frozen water in there, that means we can just yank it out. That's a good thing, actually. This is an incredible sky. I mean, you got that stuff over there. And you got this whole line, and it's all lit so beautifully. What do you guys think? I mean, I guess if I'm going to use this today on the show, oh my God, that is cold. David, you see, you set yourself up for failure, son. I don't think you pay enough attention in general. Hey, you know what? This is just amazing. Can we just be honest about like how cool it is to have that big orange line in the sky? It's incredible. So I'm happy to be out here despite how cold it is. And I wanted you guys to see this. You know, it's a beautiful climate to be here. But man, the wind is just horrible. It gets so cold, you know, and there's not a whole lot that you can do with that except to wear layers, and then you get to be a master of wearing layers. You know how everything works. I don't know why I'm still talking. I guess I just need time in the bathroom to pee. It's basically what's happening right now is I'm willing to sacrifice myself in this incredible cold that's outside. Willing to sacrifice myself. Oh my God, will you look at that? Oh my God, this is so great, you guys. I'm gonna just stay out here in this weather with nothing but a shirt on. All right, we're cutting to the next one now. Here it comes. I'm going to finish peeing more downstairs. We have one heck of a sunset going on here. These clouds over here are just wonderful. It's an amazing situation that we've got. Look at these cloud formations, mate. Look at the clouds, David. Pay close attention to the ones that are moving in funny directions. That's when you know you got the family coming, mate. Your relatives from old. They come right back in here, mate. They don't care about what you're doing. You see that right there? That could be a ship, mate. How do you know?
And be so foolish as to ignore the significance of something like this, David. I mean, I feel tripped out. I really do. Like, looking at this kind of thing, and wow. I mean, it's just incredibly beautiful. But I am damn cold, and so if I want to do more of this, I should probably do it with a jacket on. Might be a fun idea. But yeah, the whole outside of the driveway took on this mysterious pink color. I said, something is going on outside that's really remarkable. So you can still kind of see the pinkishness in it now. It's still there. I mean, this is just incredible. Just walk out of the house, and that's what you got in the sky. And everything has this weird pink, surrealistic glow. Not quite purple haze like Jimi Hendrix. This is a pink haze. It's an incredible day. Thank you for watching.
All right, and then I'll just show you this one. This was the very last thing.
Well, I just went out to look at it again. It's still amazing. There's some purple in it. The rest of it's turned gray. It was brighter when just a second ago.
Yeah, the whole thing was.
At least I got a jacket on now, man.
I didn't catch it on film, though.
Makes my life a little less painful. That's some beautiful color in this one. This is really the star of the show now. Wow. That's beautiful. Think of a picture-perfect painting, David. It's just like that, mate. Painted for your own enjoyment and pleasure at the behest of the higher forces of light in the universe, mate. Trying to keep you tallywankers in order. Why, mate? Why? You got to make all these problems. Just enjoy life. Cheerio, mate.
All right. So there you have it. I'm back now. I feel very, very refreshed. And so I'm gonna now again remute and put the microphone back on. While I show you another video. So we'll do the good old-fashioned deer and turkey video. So here we go. While I put the microphone back on, you'll get to see the deer and turkeys.
Holy crap, you guys. I got a gorgeous, beautiful deer. Showed up with the turkeys. And he feels safe. He wants to be here. Oh my God. This is unbelievable. Let's try to be very quiet and see if he won't go away.
So if you can see it, there's a deer in between those two trees right there in the middle pane.
Turkeys, look. Look, turkeys.
There goes the deer. He's like, this is a little bit too scary for me, brother. I can't quite roll with a human being just walking out the door.
Turkeys, look at my deer.
Anyway, there you go. So hopefully I'll get my creative shoveling videos uploaded for next week. But in the meantime, the people in Europe have now gone to bed. But the time loop goes on. So thank you guys for being here. Okay, so we had... yeah, Jimmy Carter was dead. We know that. It's a sad thing. We talked about that before. I don't know where I was here. Same overcast skies here in Pennsylvania. Add Celtic salt to your diet. Is that a jail and a gallows in front of the White House? We don't know. No matter what you feel you do not have, brother, cannot compare to what you do have. That. So yeah, you guys loved it, and you loved the picture of the sky. It was a beautiful formation. I did get to go to the restroom and have, a couple pieces of coconut bites here so that I have some blood sugar. Your shirt is shimmering. Very cool. Love and light. Gratitude always. There's only 3,000 likes, but over 5,000 watching. Hit the like button, please, for David. Well, I'm not going to force you to do it, but if you want to do it, that does help us out. So, again, thank you guys for hanging with me. We lost, 400 people or something like that. That's not too bad. So let's go back to this time loop because, again, we were just on Maldek, and it had, very interesting tie-ins because the Alliance maybe was encouraging me to read this dream because this week they came out with this statement about that there were pyramids on Mars and people on Mars. It's like, wow, that's definitely going to be part of disclosure. Here it is in the time loop. The very next day, the time loop continues. So let's go back into that now. So it was at 8:38 a.m., and there was a guy from a pizza delivery place who is now admittedly doing drugs. Well, we know that there's all sorts of implications in the word that we just used for this particular food item. If you followed this, then you know that that word has very sad implication to it. Then there's this drug component. So this is definitely talking about the DS. And remember, in my dreams, I personify everyone, all these different characters. My father seemed to have taken a TV away from him, so he was bitter about that. And this, to me, is a prophecy of censorship. There was a TV that had been taken away from this guy, and that's like the idea that we're not allowed to communicate, we're not allowed to have our own TV, you get it suppressed. And so it's a pretty accurate prophecy of what's going on right now. My father said he was going to make good on his promises. This occurred at our grandparents' house, Dan and Papa, his parents. The guy from the pizza place was really doubting it. He and his friends could only talk about drugs. It was very seedy. There was a remoteness to it in the country, following maps, something like Lake Pasico. My grandparents had a cabin there. I went there as a kid. I loved it. Definitely a vibe of being out here at John's farm. At the time, I was living in a barn in an organic farm, and I was working on the barn to pay my rent. I sensed that my father had taken away the TV in the boxes, though the next one would still be new. He had taken the TV without the kid ever even knowing. The kid was very upset when he found out. Dad was trying to cut a deal with the kid, saying he would replace the TV without telling everyone first. The kid was really upset. So I think the idea of replacing the TV is us getting our media back and actually being able to speak about things that are true instead of living in this complex illusion that is collapsing. And, once the 20th comes, man, we can expect some big disclosure on a whole bunch of different subjects coming in at the same time. So the kid was really upset about losing the TV. This represents most people, I think, feeling sad about losing the ability to communicate. I took him over to another part of the house and said, look, my dad has done this stuff to me too, but he will make good on his promises. He will come back and get you something else. So my parents did make a deal in their divorce that there were 2 TVs in the house, and one of them was staying with Dad, and that happened to be the TV that I'd been given for Christmas. So it is in one of my books about that, but I long since have forgiven him, but it was the first of what I called the big 3, in which, there was this loss that was on a technicality, because it's like, well, yeah, I don't want him taking the main TV, then we wouldn't have anything to watch in the house. And, there was division of assets. This was when I was in 5th grade. And it was right during the time that saucer injury happened that we talked about in the previous dream. So here, this is all metaphorical, and it's obviously talking about the DS in general. And I think that the Alliance is the one that's going to be making good on their promises and will reinstall the TV. This is the resumption of real communication, honest communication about what's really going on Earth. So we have this dream that, again, is talking about, this disgruntled pizza delivery guy, and he wants to get his TV back. He wants to have no censorship. And then we launch and that's prophetic of everything going on right now. And then we launch into this reading. And this is another really weird and beautiful reading that adds new elements and had to be included. It says, David's word works volumes. And indeed, my mouth spoke the words of Michael, and we now are doing the 8th volume by reading these. 1,000 times the appropriate distress has proven the testimony that David's word works volumes. And so thank you guys for that acknowledgement, you know. Thank you for the acknowledgement that life has been very difficult and that the appropriate distress that I might have otherwise had, that I've actually had 1,000 times worse. That sounds about right, man. As we are sure you are aware, we are clearing yet another issue from your psyche that had deep weight for you from the past, namely your father's decision to take the TV that you yourself had been using at one point. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I was very traumatized by this, and we had to talk about it in therapy 20 years, 30 years later. That's the way it works. I tried to convince this guy, I'm now dictating more of the dream. I remembered more, and I come back to say that. I tried to convince this guy that my father's word was good, and he would come back with a new TV. And here I think the father represents 47 and the Heavenly Father. The new TV is also like a new way of looking at reality, the ascension, basically. Then when my father asked him where he got the TV, he would find that it was from a discount place anyway. He hadn't directly paid for it. I was trying to get out of there at some point. When I tried to drive out, there was a construction vehicle blocking the way. And this was very strange because my body worker had this construction vehicle, cement mixer, slip on the ice and go sideways across the road to access, so that she couldn't access the barn where she had her horses. She had her horses in this barn, and only a matter of a week after she got her horses out of the barn, their whole roof tore off in our last big windstorm. It was crazy. Same people. Okay, all these things happened. So they had a cement mixer that literally went sideways, and she wasn't able to climb up that day and get to her horses, and it also destroyed our whole session. So for me, the sideways vehicle is a very, very powerful metaphor. It's very personal. And here it is, construction vehicle blocking the way in the original time loop. I love it. Oh, and we had a donation pop in. I want to honor that if it does happen. Black Swan Sybil. Hi, Dave. Sorry we are late. How's the house today? Does it have a name? Can we give it one? I'll have to think about that. That's a very, very big call. I mean, unofficially, we call it Wilcock Manor. Okay? Wilcock Manor. But, you know, I'm open to other names. We don't always have to go with that. We can be flexible. You know, we're talking about things in our relationship and opening up new doorways. So that was really cool. The construction vehicle, it's like, oh, okay, that's time looped into the present. And the new TV, again, is like the new body, the new light body, the new ascension. Then I tried to go a certain distance down the road, and I found another construction vehicle going uphill, as though this was where all the vehicles were doing work on this piece of property. It also looked like my mother's house, which at the time was in West Palm Beach, Florida. This was where they were all going. This is where they ended up. So this seems to be a very clear 47 reference. He lives, obviously, Mar-a-Lago. We're talking about a very nearby area. And these are some of the most, you know, wealthy parts of Florida. My mother found a way to live in West Palm. She was in a very nice housing community. And I enjoyed it when I was there. I mean, it's very different climate. The trees are interesting and bigger and weird. And anyway, this is definitely talking about 47. There's no question. When you get the whole thing and you can see what this dream is really about and what the reading says, it's like, okay, they definitely know what's going on. And he had just said the other day that Mar-a-Lago is the center of the universe. And in this dream, everybody is going to this place in Florida, all these construction vehicles. And they were all doing work on this piece of property. So this is like the new administration being built. I think that's what this is prophetic of, frankly. Then I discovered I was also at a big opening into the forest. This was where I heard there was a new governor this is from 1999, in Florida. There was a new governor who was trying to win the election. He was environment friendly and trying to get us to clean up the environment. Obviously, this is talking about Ron DeSantis, but I also think that even though it is a governor, since dreams are all symbolic and the symbolism has many layers, 47 is also a governor of a sort. You know, and he's also been obviously president before, so all of these layers of meaning seem to be relevant. But again, there's a governor in Florida, and it's talking about how he's trying to win the election. Well, he hasn't won until he actually is in there on the 20th. So there's this period of time where it's like, okay, everybody, let's see how much chaos you can create. Let's see what can you do to try to stop this from happening? What can you do to throw everything off and throw the world into disaster? We had a donation, by the way. Tom Marple, thanks David forever for what you do. Have followed you sincerely. The 99s, since the 99s, I guess. Let's get David more likes. 4,000 at least, says Eric Dahl. If you want to hit the button, that would be awesome. Thank you guys in advance. So, caught that donation. So isn't this crazy, right? Like it's actually talking about being in Florida with the governor who was trying to win the election, and he wants to clean up the environment. And of course, we have RFK Jr., who is doing that very thing in multiple ways. He wants the air clean, he wants the food clean, he wants the water clean. It all fits so beautifully. It's just, this is dazzling to me. This time loop is just dazzling because they're all fitting in so nicely. It knows about the legal papers I got served, all that kind of stuff. The industrialists were not too happy about this guy in Florida at all. Who do you think that is? 47? Yep. You got it. I was told it was very important that I support this guy. So that is the beings giving their official endorsement of the alliance and of the new administration. It is very important that we support the new administration. But they also say the industrialists, the big, too big to fails of all different parts of our society, they were not happy about him at all. So this is dazzlingly prophetic. They mentioned the guy, in this case they say he's a governor, but he's in Florida, and he's trying to win the election, and it's important that I support him, and industrialists don't like him. I mean, dude, if you can't see this as prophetic, I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can, but it's pretty obvious to me and everybody else reading. Then I felt I could no longer stay there. I had to get back somehow. I ended up driving back to the site. I got back inside the house, and now these people, which represents the DS, they were openly talking about cocaine, finding all these hooks in the cab of a pickup truck with bags hanging off of them. It was wild. And so I wrote in here that this is prophetic of other scandals that we've seen, including the fact that the offending material was found in the White House, giving new definition to the term White House, right? So, yeah, it's very interesting that the outgoing folks were involved in this scandal, and then later on they said, no, it wasn't really his, it was hers, and his father got really mad that it was blamed on his son when he didn't have anything to do with it in this case. Come on, this guy's experienced. Do you really think he's going to leave one of those sitting around? No. She might, but he didn't. So that's all things that have supposedly come out. And now here it is in the time loop, right? The direct mention of this and these hooks with the bags hanging on them, it's like, yep. Right after they're talking about the guy in Florida who's a governor, he just won the election, former president, now president again. Okay. At the very end, I came back to where the TV was, because remember, the whole point is we're going to give you your TV back. You're going to get to watch TV again. But it wasn't there. I started pulling out stuff from a wooden board that was going to hold up the TV. I reached under the board and pulled things out, and to my surprise, I was pulling out children's comic books and things like that. And as I say here, this is definitely prophetic of the agenda, what they were trying to do with our children, that before I can get my TV back, which means I'm going to see the truth, we as a society are going to see the truth. Before the TV comes back, first you have to see these comic books. And it was very specific about what type. So again, this is talking about their agenda, that before we get the TV back, before we get Ascension, before we get to see everything, we have to suffer through more of this stuff. I realized there were many copies of the same book in many cases. I thought that was pretty strange. Then there was some sort of show that came on the television once it actually got running. It involved a wayward soul who might have been me. And I think here I represent all of us as the awakening fool. We start out as the fool, and then we become eventually the king. He was on the brink of being knighted by this king. So isn't that interesting? If the Alliance takes all this work seriously and makes it public, then that is the equivalent of being knighted by the Alliance, absolutely. So that's very prophetic. The guy, who was me, was not sure if this would happen and he was getting nervous, but it was going to go through. Well, this is very cool also because we do have very, very large funds we're raising right now. We're apparently just over the last 3 days, Chris has done incredible work to get these deals to happen. So very soon after the first of the year, these deals are supposed to be taking greater shape. And so that is the equivalent of being knighted in some ways, the company being brought up and finally getting the funding that we need to actually start making hover cars and doing all these other technologies that we want to get into, as well as airplanes and as well as passenger vehicles. So this also, again, the knighting would be like the Alliance acknowledging, hey, you know, there's this contactee, David Wilcock, and we have been aware that his work is actually for real and that a non-terrestrial intelligence is using him to communicate a message of hope for us where they wish to make first contact with humanity. That's pretty freaking crazy. My life has gotten that crazy that I can say, well, yeah, I'm in the middle of this very strange thing. So here they are in the prophetic time loop dream, showing about how I'm getting ready to be knighted by the king. And remember, they were just talking about this guy in Florida, and he was trying to win the election, and he had been a governor in this case. This is very, very interesting. I mean, if you can't see that this is prophetic of now, then you're just not imaginative enough or something. Maybe you just hate me too much. I don't know. Bless you if that's what you feel. I mean, I'm just going to keep doing the show anyway. At the moment of truth, there was a roll of toilet paper there. Just like ones from when I was in high school, I started pulling it out and getting a good-sized wad of paper together. And this, again, is a direct COVID prophecy. So, like, everybody was hoarding toilet paper during that time. And now here, right in the middle of all this stuff where I'm watching the TV and, you know, all these interesting things are happening. As I grabbed the toilet paper, I started to hear Christian Gregorian chant music, like you'd hear in church. You know, the very beautiful, like he's going, oh, you know, it just goes on and on. Long tones of his voice, beautiful stuff. I found that I could sing. Even if I couldn't sing exactly the same pitch, it would sound very good. There also seemed to be a connection to Robert Plant and Led Zeppelin to this as well. And this is very interesting because Stairway to Heaven was a prophetic drone reference we had in last week's show. And it had been in a reading from the day before, January 21st. And now this is the Ascension prophecy again, showing how COVID acted as a springboard. So remember, the guy who was trying to play Led Zeppelin badly was like representative of the DS, and he was attacking me, and he was trying to threaten me. And so now all of this is associated with Gregorian chant music, which again is angelic choir. It's like the Ascension. So this is very, very cool. And then, of course, the Led Zeppelin, a lead balloon, Zeppelin is a balloon. That's another drone reference. So two different dreams about the Led Zeppelin, i.e. the floating drone in this case. So that's interesting. All right. The very next selection is from January 24th, 1999. It's again prophetic. And 8:45 a.m. is when this came in. A big section to my grandparents' house, Nana and Papa, where they lived on Hexham Road that was in Niskayuna. This time they were doing concrete work out in the driveway, breaking through it, and they found an elaborate bathroom underneath, but it actually looked like the cockpit of a ship. So this is another very interesting thing because we just had the Alliance talking about that there's this Mars connection with pyramids and tall people, right? And that there's going to be ruins that we would be able to find when we go there, spaceships that have crashed, buildings, pyramids that we can explore, obelisks apparently. All that stuff is waiting for us to go there now. I want to have a spaceship now. I don't want to be quarantined on Earth anymore. So that's why I'm doing this company. I can't wait for that to happen. So here they are talking about the ship underneath the surface from an ancient crash. Except in this case, it was right in my grandparents' driveway that they were finding this buried alien ship. Lido was one of my black friends in college, and we were talking to each other. Now, I'm not going to give his full name, but everybody called him Lido. As they were digging this up, there was definitely a swimming pool, but also a seagoing vessel. Isn't that interesting? And there was some sophisticated looking lighting under there as well. I was really blown away. They would have just buried this. It's definitely an Atlantis metaphor as well. I just got that. So the vessel with sophisticated looking lighting could be another drone reference. I've thought about that possibility because it does sail through the air, so seagoing. And then the Atlantis metaphor, again, ties in very beautifully with how the people from Mars got to the Earth and crash landed here back when it was still swampy and dangerous. There was a bathroom in this. Some of it was above the ground as we continued to be at the site. It did feel at some points like it was all a big sailing ship. That's how dreams work. The big ship in Nana and Papa's yard is reflective of the parallel life and trips I took in spaceships there in that persona. And again, I said this is about the drone. So I'm not getting into the parallel life thing too much right now, but it does appear, as I've talked about in shows earlier this year, that I was contacted by some type of human-made, reverse-engineered, cigar-shaped craft, and that the way that technology works is if they pick you up and they bring you somewhere and you have long sets of experiences, even maybe for days or weeks or months, they can then bring you back to the moment you left and you don't remember anything. The only way you can retain this stuff is in dreams. And so in my case, some of the stuff that was happening, a lot of the stuff that was happening was really, really bad. And it included, again, this ceremonial black magic type of things that were occurring, which in my waking life I had no idea about. But then as we showed you, there were artifacts of things that I drew that very much seemed like it was some kind of memory. But again, it appeared that this was a UFO-related classified program and that they would run kids through it. And if you were like me and you fought back and you had a sassy mouth, they kicked me out of the program in 8th grade. 7th grade is when I got kicked out. And I don't think they ever let me back in again. And I had this weird feeling on some levels like I was a failure, but then I knew I'd really been spared from some stuff that was a lot worse. So yeah, it's a strange story. And I think my grandfather was openly in the program and knew what was going on. And he had worked for Disney World in Florida, building their animatronic devices and building the tunnels underneath and that kind of thing. So you do the math. What kind of things could you make animatronics of? Could you make animatronics of dark, evil beings? Yeah, they probably did that because I have some dreams about that. So anyway, it was very strange, and we've talked about this a long time, but we're not going to go through that too much more, except to say that when I started to think about, like right after my parents divorced, my father and I lived in Nana and Papa's house in the downstairs. Michael and I, my brother, had a bedroom downstairs, and so I've now remembered that a lot of really strange UFO contact was happening while I was there. They were picking us up in the house, out in the backyard, and I'd already started to remember this, and then this dream triggered more memories of that stuff. And I think I'm going to be proven right in the fullness of time. I can't prove it right now, but I think I will be proven right. Some people probably have records of all the things that happened to me. So it was all a big sailing ship. We were digging up this spaceship in the backyard. Remember, Lido used the bathroom indiscriminately. He didn't remember that the toilet would overflow and get on his feet underneath. And of course, I just had my septic back up in the basement, as you know. So that's prophetic. The guy who was doing the work reminded me of this. We turned it into a big joke on Lido, where he was jumping away from the overflowing toilet water. Doesn't sound very funny. After it overflowed, he was grossed out, but it wasn't a horrible thing. I guess it was only water. There was no sewage in it. I was very excited about this. I couldn't believe that they had buried over this spaceship. It was so important. And Lido and I were walking together, and he started to do his rap, which I had actually thought of last night. Also, the toilet has a problem. That comes from my real life, too. So Lido did write a rap, and I can't remember all of it right now, and some of it was vulgar, but like there was a game that urban blacks would play in New York City called CeeLo, and it's a dice rolling game, and there's 3 dice, and if you roll a 4, 5, 6, that's called CeeLo, and that's the most important die roll you can get in the game. And so there's a part of his rap that goes 4, 5, 6, that stands for CeeLo. If I rolled that, then you best pay Lido. I remember that part. But it goes on. I mean, I used to be able to do the whole thing. I'd have to listen to it again. And I know there's some stuff in there that I shouldn't say on the air anyway. So Lito's rap probably is better left not fully disclosed as such. But yeah, CeeLo 456. That was one thing I remember. So in my real apartment, in the barn apartment, I had a toilet problem. It was overflowing, so that was interesting. In the dream, he was rapping his rap differently, and he was changing the language on the most obscene stuff. I pointed this out to him, and he said that he was getting too old to rap these kinds of misogynist lyrics because that's not the way things should be. I agreed with him. So then I wrote in here that this is prophetic of the arrests in that industry and the unveiling of corruption throughout the whole entertainment community, right? So this all started with a rapper, but now here we have the most obscene stuff is being changed because that's not the way it should be. And of course, this is leading to a revolutionary change in the music industry where people, hopefully very soon after this all gets unfolded, that they will be treated with much more compassion, much more kindness, that there won't be this evil undercurrent that's there in the background. I would love that. I would hope that that's where this is all going. So anyway, this is very prophetic of what's going on right now, where the obscenities in this music community, including rap, are being exposed, and people realize that's not the way it should be. As we're seeing this spaceship coming out, these are all interconnected things. So now Michael comes in with the reading. And this is probably the last one I can do before we got to cut to the Alliance slides, or I am never going to get out of here. Take heed unto this. The considerable weight of circumstances necessary to bring about change is coming now. And remember, they just talked about the television. We're going to get the TV back. That was in the last stream before. So all these things are relevant. Change is coming now. The considerable weight of circumstances means very big, heavy things are happening right now. The abstruse environmental difficulties take their toll when implied consideration is given as to their purpose. The rim on the volcano is edging closer towards the overflow point, and there is indeed a new light dawning in the heavens simultaneously. So again, this is talking about how they've said many times there's not literally going to be earth changes, but the earth change dreams, if you have those dreams, are symbolic of the upheavals in society that we're going through that are actually non-catastrophic. The visions are now only symbolic. Thankfully, they're not literal. We're not literally going to have the planet blow up. But again, they're talking about the idea that if there was a nuclear war, that would be as serious as a volcano erupting or worse. And at the same time, there's a new light dawning in the heavens. Again, the Armada of Light. 3 or 4 or 5 earthquakes do not change anything. It is the mild, moderate adjustments being made in the collective human matrix and of the completeness of thought that is more appropriately situated within the realms of telepathic thought transfer that is doing its greatest job right now. Well, that's because they're time looping into 25 years later. They're speaking to us in 2024 from January 1999. It's really 26 years. So again, they're saying, don't worry about earthquakes. These are adjustments to your human matrix. And this was, again, 3 months before the movie The Matrix came out. They were already using that term. I didn't know what the movie was yet. And then the telepathic thought transfer is what we were using to create this. The resistance of months of our time or years of your linear time is indeed subsiding. And to me, that shows they know they're talking to us years in the future. It gives way to the calm and gentle presence of the breeze, which then becomes the ferocious wind that blows down the house of cards that you have created. And so this is prophetic of what we call the storm, which is the Alliance Operation Save Planet Earth. And as I was unsealing this, I was in the middle of this horrible, ferocious wind. And then, of course, it says it blows down the house of cards. Specifically, that is a show with Kevin Spacey in it, where he was playing the President of the United States. It was Netflix's top show. So it actually refers to corruption in the White House. Ah, isn't that interesting? Ferocious wind, i.e. the storm, that blows down the house of cards. And they knew about this in 1999, 26 years of our linear time in the past. And it's all just so beautifully arranged. I can't even believe this. Everything is in a time loop. All I have to do is just keep reading and just write it down and make slides. It's like, okay, there's another one. When one is able to accept the consequences of one's actions in the past, they do, in a sense, become far more forgivable and acceptable in the now. The notion of the toilet overflowing in this dream then refers to the backing up of humanity's own carnal nature, such that these things are then forced outward to be revealed to self in due course. So yes, the lawsuit that everybody's hearing about that's going to get really big next year, that implicates all these different folks in all these different ways, symbolized in the dream. They say this in their own words now, as Archangel Michael. That's what the toilet overflowing represents. And then I had it happen to me here. In reality, my body worker had it happen at her house. It's all this strange, interconnected time loop stuff, man. So the toilet overflowing is the symbolic. It's similar to throwing up too. It's like this idea, all this dark stuff is coming out, and you got to deal with it. You're learning things you don't want to know. You're learning things that don't make you feel very safe. The reason my dad doesn't want to hear about the DS is that once we start talking about it, he doesn't feel safe, obviously. That's the main reason. So these things are forced outward to be revealed in due course, and as I was unsealing this, I was also, had just recovered from nausea. So things being forced outward is like the vomit. So that was another layer of the time loop. This is why we expressed the change in David's friend towards being less interested in curse words. This was Leto, as the more daring souls in this transition will move away from feeling so preoccupied with negative energy and forces. And again, I say, this is prophetic of the arrests and exposing the vulgarity that was behind the lyrics that young people were being exposed to. Why were they so profane? Why did they have so many curse words? And again, remember, Leto was changing his rap. He didn't want to rap the same old stuff anymore. He said the consciousness has changed. And it's interesting because the raps that he taught me, I was, rapping along with them, playing the music again recently. And I'm like, some of this stuff is pretty awful. And I don't really want to be saying these things. And so then the dream picked up on that. So I actually did have an experience of rapping along with the very, like KRS-One, EPMD, Guru, these rappers that Leto introduced me to. And he'd act out the whole thing. He could rap the whole thing. And every part of the rap, he would enunciate it with his hands and his face. And I learned how to do it that way by watching him do it that way. I actually learned all these raps. But, they just say some really, really horrible things. And I was thinking about that already, and then it showed up in the dream, and that trips me out. Because Leto represents, I think, the black culture in general, and that they don't want to be, they decisively moved away from the DS. They saw it for what it was. They said, we don't want this. And there was a sizable upset that occurred in November, to put it mildly. So now there's a mass awakening happening from these arrests and the lawsuits and everything we're learning about. Then Michael says, remember, this negative energy is inherently a statement and a function of the fact that those who wish to serve the self are denying the Creator by failing to see the law of one in its own true and glorious form, which is service, light, and love. So the people on the negative path really do not understand why helping people is such a good thing, why love is actually a good thing, being honest, truth, all that stuff. They just can't see it. All local libraries have an idea that comes from when the documents have been scanned in and installed. And that's another funny one, right? Because when I got this inch-thick stack, I had to go scan it in right away. And, because I have to send a copy to my attorney. And I have to have my own copy. So it took hours to scan that thing in. And then here it is in the time loop. Oh my God, why are you guys talking about this? I don't want to talk about this stuff. But there it is. This idea is commensurate with the ability to dance forever in one's notions that higher light and higher love can indeed be achieved. As these notions come to fruition, the library of the Akashic records begins to open. And we have indeed a great deal of material for you to begin understanding. So this is very interestingly time-looped. It's talking about when you learn the Akashic records, you now know your past lives. You now know other languages. You gain access to instant information, much like the internet. It's a very different way of living. All information is available to you in the Akashic Records. So it's phenomenal. Much better than the internet. So don't ruin yourself about it. Simply go with the flow and all will be revealed to you. Strive and aspire to the highest goals and the highest levels of service, and you will be guided throughout these inconsistencies that continue occurring. Listen to your dreams, as this is our direct connection with you, and I still try to get my dreams as much as possible. There will be many more things to observe, to learn, and to understand in order for growth to be secured. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And then we'll read this real quick because it's the same dream. There was a whole section of the dream having to do with Mohong Mountain House, where I used to work. It was a luxury hotel. So this could represent Mar-a-Lago. I don't know, maybe. Let's figure it out. I was going there to eat lunch. The building we went to was actually very far from the house. I was with some guy who, along with me, wanted to smoke before we went in there. That's not a good idea. I was concerned about the red eyes and that kind of thing. Another guy came up to me who already had red eyes. I was still concerned we would reek when we went in there. The way this guy wanted to smoke had something to do with burning it through an 8.5 by 11 sized paper box. And this is prophetic of the new inch-thick document I just got last night, right before I unsealed this. So that really made me laugh, because in dreams, smoking weed is usually a symbol of being distracted, being off your purpose, not fulfilling what you're supposed to be doing, and getting, thrown into behavior that might not be good for you, So it's not usually, I don't usually look at these metaphors as good. And so again, this thing has really thrown me off. And so, in the dream, it was some sort of like, you light it here and you get it out of the box. But how funny, right? From 1999. But this has also showed me like, no, whatever this thing is that's going on, I don't have to worry about it. It doesn't even involve me directly. I'm going to be fine. But it's a pretty crazy situation. So yes, there's all this haze of smoke. Very interesting prophetic, isn't it? Very interesting. You would smoke inside the box, and you would light it inside the box and smoke off of one of the edges. In my mind, this was pretty absurd. We didn't end up smoking, but we did try to get in there. There was something very unstable about the whole thing, not at all comfortable or enjoyable. And yeah, I don't want to talk about this stuff. I'm very amazed it showed up in the time loop. It forced me to disclose a little bit. And then he says, hammer away those inconsistencies that still remain, and you will find that you never had to worry about becoming what you are destined to become in the first place. And then the dream goes on. I was on Maurice Cotterell's tour. He had crazy, funky gray hair. That's the author of the Mayan Prophecies. So this is talking about 2012 again, the solar flash. There was a guy driving his truck, and we both looked alike. He had been on stage. He was a nobody, but he had gotten on TV somehow. They agreed to let him be on stage, and he snapped into the role. He's obviously talking about me, and look at me now. 2024, I've got a huge show, 5,000 people watching. There was a definite connection to my junior year roommate there. It was also the kind of music he was playing. And then I said, this is another prophetic description when I first transcribed in 2006 of how I would end up involved in video media. And this was the Convergence short. We made a short film for our investors at the time. We thought we could get a movie done in Hollywood. That was a stupid idea. I didn't realize it back then. And I was in a documentary called Metaphysia. I don't even know if I've seen it, but I think that did happen way back when. So there you go. Even this stuff about television and media, it's all, like very disturbingly interconnected. So the next day's data is amazingly prophetic. It has more references to flying objects, to 47, and to the corruption that we see. So I'm just going to read you this because it's short, but it's worth it. Your electromagnetic frequency corresponds with our own only because you have decided to do so, and you have made a roadmap concerning how to get there. When we truly apply these principles to the deeper mind, we will see many amazing and precise results. That is how this study should be approached if you wish to get past those areas that are now blocked. So that refers again to the blocked up drain prophetically and it also refers to the drones blocking our airspace. And they use a roadmap as well, and they use electromagnetic frequencies. So this has a lot of pretty cool things. And again, it's related to the drones. In one proof, now remember, the number that we're also admiring, right, that has the same letter as this here, those are called proofs. Every time they proved that they were telling you the truth, it was called a proof. And so that's a very commonly used term in the community that studies this written material. And so check that out. In one proof, a person who was framed as the subject, which is kind of what's trying to be done with this thing, you know, I can't get into detail, but like, you know, it's very strange, legal actions that are happening. The person who was framed as the subject needed to realize that the lawmakers were still struggling with the past and unable to unequivocally steer the craft into the now imminent future. Wow. So check out what this is really about. This is about 47. And it's about the proofs. He was the person who was framed as the lawmakers were still struggling with the past. And they framed him as the subject. They said, oh, this guy's a felon. He's got 47 felonies or whatever. And it was all this lawfare stuff. And now I have something that may appear to be the same thing. You know, we still have to get all of our hands dirty and figure out exactly why everything is in violation. But we're going to do that. I'll do it on my own, even if he's not going to be available on the phone, because Christmas for Armenians is on January the 6th. So he's got the whole time. He can't work right now. He's got everybody there. It's a huge family. It's all distracting. So this is dazzling. This is dazzling in terms of 47, 45. And it's also talking about the drones, that they want to steer the craft. And the people that were suing him were struggling with the past. And they're still going to try to do it again. So this is still prophetic of the future. So yeah, they're probably still going to try to do something before the 20th. And that's talking about that as well. As thoughts bubble up and arise to the forefront of consciousness, so too does a definite three-dimensional perspective act as a hindrance to the understanding of the deeper ways and means of the One. Like a koan, it can be appreciated only in contemplation. Logical analysis will stymie any efforts to categorize it. And then I wrote in here, I guess I saw this one originally back on November the 9th, after the election. Congress often has a Ways and Means Committee, so this is governmental, because it says acting as a hindrance to understanding the deeper ways and means of the One. Well, the DS is the hindrance to the Ways and Means Committee and all the other committees. And so this is a very interesting, you know, very symbolic, hypnotic type of languaging here. But you can see that these new thoughts are getting away, are getting people to not have hindrances anymore so they can see the truth. They have to contemplate this like a koan. You can't logically analyze it. You just need to feel it. Oh, this is what the world really is. The music of the spheres harmonizes about you now. We are reminded of the poles in the equator and their dance through the solar system, as you would call it. And again, satellites dance through the solar system like the planets are called satellites. So this is yet another drone prophecy, I believe. The FBI has been doing its own shadow game, and we will keep you posted on that. And just a couple days ago, the Director Ray had retired, and then they mentioned this. And then when they say the FBI is doing its own shadow game, that might imply that they're the ones who are running these flying objects that dance through, in this case, our skies, not the solar system, as types of satellites. I could not believe this. I could not believe how accurately they're talking about the present. Warn you, you might ask us? The truth of the matter is that there are very few reasons for you to be concerned, as you have determined that living light is the constructive power of the universe. More and more, you have it at your command. That's what Ascension is about. We really have nothing to worry about. They're protecting us. Besides, the tetrahedron calls those who are able to aspire to it, not merely those who would be shallow people. So here they're talking about the tetrahedron being the core of matter, that shape that I told you appears in the great red spot, the great dark spot, etc., etc. It's the hyperdimensional access point to our higher nature. So, you know, it was bastardized by the negative, so they might try to use it for their purposes, but here it's actually talking about the tetrahedral Christ consciousness that Salvador Dali drew and many crop circles have illustrated. The tetrahedron is essentially the original shape of the universe, that the whole universe was born from. It is the Logos, so it's the shape of God. That's why the Star of David actually did give you the shape of God. So we're at still 3 hours and 44 minutes here. Whoa, what happened? Is anybody seeing me? Let's see. No, it's frozen. Okay, so I don't know if you guys are still on the air with me or not, but my screen has frozen. So I can't guarantee that I'm even live right now, that this is being recorded anywhere else except for on my own stuff. I have no feedback with the audience. So I guess what I'm going to try to do here is I guess we got to end the stream. I'll see if I can end the stream, and we'll see if we can, I guess we'll pick it up later in the week. So if you can still hear this, I'm sorry. This is as much as we could do today. We're already 4 hours in. We'll pick up with the Alliance slides later in the week if you can hear me. But it looks like somebody just flipped off the switch and we got kicked off the air. So sorry about that, everybody. But these things happen. We will see you later in the week whenever I decide next that I'm going to do a show. It might be Wednesday or Thursday. Somewhere around there, I'll do another one. So thank you, guys. I'm sorry we got bumped off the air. I don't know what happened. I'm going to sign off right now. Thanks.